Hello everyone, welcome to the Mysterious Stories channel, where you'll discover the most mysterious, scary, and fascinating stories. Make sure to turn up the volume and get ready for a spine-chilling experience you won't forget. When my grandfather was a young man, he served as a soldier during the Vietnam War. The story he told me was unlike any other war story I'd ever heard. It wasn't just about the horrors of battle, but something far more sinister, an encounter with the dead that he could never forget. This is his story. The year was 1968. Deep in the heart of the Vietnam War, my grandfather, David, along with 11 other soldiers, was part of a reconnaissance team tasked with patrolling a dense jungle area near the Cambodian border. The mission was simple on paper: 3 days and 2 nights of gathering intel on enemy movements, and then return to base. But as they prepared for the mission, there was an eerie tension in the air. David and his team gathered in their barracks, preparing for the journey ahead. The weather was hot and sticky, typical of the jungle, but that day, it felt heavier than usual. The humidity clung to their skin like a suffocating blanket, and even the insects seemed quieter than usual. It was as if the jungle itself knew something ominous was about to happen. Captain Reynolds, the squad leader, briefed the team. "We'll be setting up a base camp near the old village ruins, then moving further into the jungle to scout the area. Keep your eyes open. The locals have been talking about strange things happening out there. Just remember, our enemy is human, not ghosts. Stay focused." But David couldn't shake the uneasy feeling in his gut. The old village ruins, which the locals called Kuvuk by Bo Quen, translated to the Forgotten Zone, were said to be haunted. The villagers believed it to be cursed, and rumors spread about ghostly soldiers still patrolling its paths long after their death. These stories, dismissed as superstition, now weighed heavy on David's mind. They left the base at dawn, the sun barely peeking through the thick jungle canopy. The air was dense with the smell of wet earth and decaying foliage, and every footstep seemed to echo unnaturally loud in the stillness. The men moved cautiously, rifles at the ready, eyes scanning the jungle for any sign of movement. As they approached the ruins, the jungle seemed to swallow them whole. Towering trees blocked out most of the sunlight, leaving them in a strange, dim twilight even though it was midday. The village ruins were overgrown with vines and moss, crumbling stone buildings long abandoned to the jungle. The silence was deafening, broken only by the occasional call of distant animals or the rustle of leaves in the wind. "This place gives me the creeps," muttered Jackson, one of the younger soldiers. "Feels like we're not alone out here." David felt it too, like eyes were watching them from the shadows, though no one could be seen. It was more than just the typical paranoia of a soldier on edge. There was something wrong here. The air felt thick with unseen forces, and every instinct in David's body screamed that they were walking into danger. They set up camp just outside the ruins, their tents barely visible under the dense foliage. As night began to fall, the atmosphere grew even more unsettling. The jungle, usually alive with the sounds of insects and nocturnal animals, had gone eerily quiet. The only sounds were the occasional crack of a twig or the rustling of leaves in the distance, too far away to be human, but close enough to be heard. The men gathered around a small fire, the orange glow flickering against their tense faces. They exchanged nervous glances, none of them wanting to admit what they were all feeling, that something was wrong. "Hey, Reynolds," said Carter, one of the more experienced soldiers. "What's the deal with this place? Why do the locals avoid it?" Reynolds hesitated, poking the fire with a stick before speaking. "They say it's haunted. Soldiers who died here in the early days of the war, both American and Vietnamese, never left. The villagers claim they still patrol the jungle at night, reliving their final moments over and over again." The men shifted uncomfortably at the mention of ghosts. Though none of them believed in the supernatural, they couldn't deny the oppressive weight of the place. Even the fire seemed weaker here, as if the very air was draining its strength. "Well, "I don't believe in ghosts," Jackson said, trying to sound brave, but his voice cracked slightly. "It's just stories. We've got a job to do." Reynolds nodded, though David noticed that even he looked uneasy. "Let's get some rest. Tomorrow, we move deeper into the jungle." That night, David lay in his tent, unable to sleep. The silence outside was suffocating, and the jungle seemed to press in on them from all sides. He stared up at the canvas roof of the tent, listening for any sound, any sign of movement. His mind kept replaying the stories he'd heard about this place, the ghost soldiers, the patrols that never returned. Then, just as he began to drift off, he heard a faint rustling sound, like footsteps moving through the underbrush. His heart pounded in his chest as he strained to listen. The sound was getting closer, too steady to be an animal. David grabbed his rifle and crept out of his tent, careful not to wake the others. In the dim light of the fire, he saw shadows moving in the trees. At first, he thought it was his imagination, but as his eyes adjusted, he realized there were figures, dozens of them, walking silently through the jungle. Their movements were slow, deliberate, and as they came closer, David's blood ran cold. They were soldiers, but not alive. Their uniforms were tattered, their skin pale and lifeless. Some had horrific wounds, gashes across their faces, missing limbs, yet they walked as if nothing was wrong. Their eyes were empty, staring straight ahead as they marched in formation through the jungle, unaware of David's presence. He watched in horror as they passed by, a silent parade of the dead. The stories were true. The ghosts of fallen soldiers still patrolled these jungles, trapped in an eternal march. David stumbled back into his tent, heart racing, unable to process what he had just seen. As he lay there, shaking, he knew that, whatever they had walked into, it was far more dangerous than any enemy they had ever faced. Tomorrow, they would have to venture deeper into the jungle, and David wasn't sure if any of them would make it out alive. Night settled in like a heavy fog, cloaking the jungle in darkness so thick it felt like they were at the bottom of a deep well. The small campfire in the center of the group cast weak, flickering light, barely reaching the surrounding trees, which loomed like silent sentinels in the oppressive blackness. The thick canopy above swallowed any trace of moonlight, leaving the men stranded in what felt like an impenetrable void. David sat by the fire, with his rifle cradled in his lap, eyes scanning the trees for any movement. Every rustle of leaves, every crack of a twig in the distance made him jump. The others were equally on edge. Jackson, one of the younger soldiers, paced nervously near the perimeter, his flashlight occasionally cutting through the thick darkness, though it seemed more a comfort than an effective tool. The jungle, which during the day had been alive with the constant hum of insects and the calls of birds, was now disturbingly quiet. It was as if every living creature had fled, leaving the jungle in complete, unnatural silence. Only the sound of their own breathing and the crackling fire broke the stillness. Carter, who had taken the first watch with David, spoke in a low voice. "There's something wrong with this place. I've been on 100 patrols, but this one, it doesn't feel right." David nodded, unable to shake the eerie feeling that had settled in his gut since the moment they arrived. "It's too quiet. I don't like it." As they sat there, the darkness seemed to press in closer, the air growing heavier, more stifling. Even the fire struggled to stay alight, the flames flickering weakly as if something was sucking the life out of them. It was as though the jungle itself was closing in, watching, waiting. Just then, a faint sound broke the silence. Footsteps soft, barely audible, but unmistakable. David tensed, his grip tightening on his rifle. The others froze, their eyes darting toward the sound. It came from the direction of the ruins, where earlier they had felt the presence of something unseen. "Do you hear that?" Jackson whispered, his voice barely a breath. David nodded, his pulse quickening. The footsteps grew louder, more distinct, as if someone or something was walking just beyond the edge of the camp. But there were no flashlights, No signs of human movement, just the steady, slow crunch of leaves and twigs underfoot. Then, out of the corner of his eye, David saw a shadow moving between the trees, just at the edge of the firelight. His heart pounded in his chest as he squinted into the darkness. It was a figure, a man, but something was wrong. The way it moved was too stiff, too mechanical, like it wasn't fully in control of its own body. "Who's out there?" Carter hissed, raising his rifle. The figure didn't respond, didn't even acknowledge the question. It just kept moving closer, stepping into the dim light of the campfire. David's breath caught in his throat as he saw the figure clearly for the first time. It was a soldier, dressed in an old, tattered uniform, but his face it was pale, almost gray, and his eyes were wide, unblinking, with an emptiness that made David's blood run cold. "Jesus Christ," Jackson whispered, stepping back. "What the hell is that?" Before anyone could react, more figures began to emerge from the shadows, stepping silently into the light. They were all soldiers, American, Vietnamese, dressed in the uniforms of the dead. Some had gaping wounds, others were missing limbs, yet they moved with an eerie calm, as if they didn't even feel the injuries that should have killed them. Their hollow eyes stared straight ahead, devoid of any emotion or recognition. David's heart raced as he realized what they were seeing: the ghosts of the fallen, the lost souls of soldiers who had died here, still patrolling the jungle long after their bodies had rotted away. These weren't just spirits, they were trapped, reliving their final moments over and over again. Suddenly, the fire sputtered and nearly went out, plunging the camp into near total darkness. Panic surged through the men as they scrambled to relight it, their hands shaking, fear gripping them tightly. The air grew colder, the temperature dropping so fast that their breath came out in visible puffs. It felt like death itself was creeping toward them. "Get the fire going," Reynolds barked, his voice trembling as he fumbled with his lighter. "Keep them back." But the figures kept coming, silent and relentless, their dead eyes fixed on the soldiers huddled by the dying fire. Carter raised his rifle, aiming at the closest apparition, but David grabbed his arm. "No," David hissed, "don't shoot. It won't do anything. They're already dead." The figures stopped just outside the ring of light, standing motionless, their heads slowly turning as if they were surveying the living. One of them, an American soldier with half his face blown off, locked eyes with David. For a moment, everything else disappeared. It was just him and the dead man, staring at each other across the veil of life and death. David's heart pounded in his chest. He could feel something pulling at him, a cold, suffocating force that made it hard to breathe, as if the dead were trying to drag him into their world. His vision blurred, and for a terrifying moment, he thought he could hear voices, whispers in the wind, calling his name. Then, as suddenly as they had appeared, the figures turned and began to walk away, disappearing into the jungle's dense undergrowth. The sound of their footsteps slowly faded, and the oppressive weight in the air lifted slightly, though the fear lingered like a thick fog. No one spoke for a long time. The fire finally roared back to life, casting an uneasy glow over the camp, but the men remained on edge, their eyes darting to the jungle, half expecting the dead soldiers to return at any moment. David sat back down, his hands shaking, his mind racing. They still had 2 more nights out here, and he wasn't sure if any of them would survive it. The hours of the night stretched on, and with each passing minute, the weight of the jungle seemed to grow heavier. The once vibrant sounds of the wilderness were swallowed by an eerie, oppressive silence that gnawed at the nerves of every man. Despite the brief, chilling encounter earlier, the night dragged into the deepest hours, where fatigue began to take hold. David and Carter sat by the fire, eyes wide open, unable to shake off the memory of those hollow-eyed soldiers' ghosts from a war long past. The other men, exhausted but terrified, took turns trying to sleep, though most couldn't close their eyes without reliving what they'd seen. Jackson, who was assigned to take the next watch, shifted uncomfortably near the edge of the clearing, his flashlight tracing the dark tree line. "I hate this place," he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. David, still gripping his rifle, glanced toward him, noticing how pale Jackson looked. "Just hang in there," he said, trying to sound calm, but even he could feel the icy grip of fear tightening around his throat. The fire crackled softly, casting long shadows that danced and flickered among the trees. But no matter how warm the flames were, the cold of the jungle pressed in. It wasn't a natural cold, it was something else, something deeper. A chill that came from the presence of things unseen. The hours crawled by, and slowly, the fire began to die down. The men huddled closer together, trying to stay warm, trying to stay sane. But even as they tried to keep their spirits up, there was an undeniable sense that something was still out there, watching them from the darkness. David's heart raced with every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves. His senses were heightened, and the jungle felt like it was breathing around them. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up as he glanced towards the tree line, half expecting the dead soldiers to return. And then it happened. A sudden gust of wind swept through the clearing, so strong that it nearly put out the fire. The jungle around them seemed to come alive with movement, branches shaking, leaves rustling, but no animal sounds, no voices, nothing but the whisper of the wind. Jackson froze, his flashlight beam suddenly flickering wildly. "Did you see that?" he whispered urgently. David looked toward where Jackson was pointing, and his heart skipped a beat. In the dim light of the flashlight, something moved just beyond the trees. It wasn't clear, just a shadow too fast to identify, too fleeting to catch, but it was there, lurking. "What was it?" Carter asked, standing up and gripping his weapon tightly. "I don't know," Jackson stammered. "It was something big. It moved fast." The men scrambled to their feet, rifles raised, eyes scanning the dark. But the shadow was gone, swallowed by the jungle. The fire, now weak and low, barely provided any light. David felt his stomach drop as a low, distant sound reached their ears. At first, it was hard to make out, but it grew louder, a rhythmic thumping, like footsteps. It wasn't coming from just one direction, it seemed to surround them, coming from the jungle itself. "Everyone, stay sharp," David ordered, trying to keep his voice steady. The men spread out, forming a defensive circle, rifles pointing into the trees. Then, out of the corner of his eye, David saw it again. A figure moving through the trees, slow and deliberate, but this time, it wasn't alone. More shadows began to emerge, moving toward the camp in eerie silence. There were at least a dozen of them, their forms barely visible in the dim light. David's pulse quickened. He knew they weren't alive. These weren't soldiers of the living, but of the dead. The figures came closer, and as they stepped into the edge of the firelight, David could see them clearly. They were soldiers, some dressed in the tattered remnants of American uniforms, others in the garb of the Vietnamese. Their faces were gaunt, their eyes hollow. But what was most disturbing was the way they moved, slow, methodical, like they were on patrol, were living the same mission they had died on. "No way," Reynolds muttered under his breath, his rifle shaking in his hands. "Not again." The dead soldiers walked past them, completely ignoring the living men as if they weren't even there. One by one, they marched into the clearing, their boots silent on the dirt, their eyes staring straight ahead at nothing. David held his breath, his heart pounding in his chest. The dead soldiers were close enough to touch, but none of the living dared move. It was as if the very act of acknowledging the spirits might break the fragile boundary between their world and the afterlife. The air grew colder, the fire now barely more than embers. David could feel the icy grip of fear tightening around him, his body frozen in place. Then, as suddenly as they had appeared, the dead soldiers began to fade, their forms dissolving into the shadows once more. But the jungle was not done with them yet. Just as the last figure disappeared into the night, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, a scream that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. It was a sound of pure agony, the kind of scream that could only come from someone or something that had experienced unimaginable pain. David spun around, trying to locate the source of the scream, but the jungle remained still, silent once more. The men exchanged horrified glances, their faces pale with fear. What the hell was that? Carter whispered, his voice barely audible over the pounding of his heart. I don't know, David replied, his voice trembling. But whatever it is, it's not done with us. The jungle closed in around them, the darkness thickening, and the men could feel the presence of something far more malevolent than just the ghosts of dead soldiers. Something ancient, something that had been waiting for them, and it was watching. The oppressive silence after the scream felt unbearable. The jungle, once alive with the soft hum of insects and rustling leaves, was now deathly quiet. Every soldier's breath was shallow, every movement slow and calculated. David could feel the weight of the night pressing down on him, like invisible hands wrapping around his chest, squeezing. What do we do? Dave, Carter whispered, his eyes darting nervously around the clearing. He wasn't alone in his fear. Every man in the patrol was now on edge, gripped by the tension of the unknown. David swallowed hard, the cold sweat beading on his forehead. We stay together, he said firmly, his voice just loud enough for the others to hear. No one goes off alone. We hold this position until dawn. But deep down, David wasn't sure they would make it that long. The presence in the jungle felt malicious, like something ancient had awakened, and it was drawn to them. It wasn't just the ghosts of fallen soldiers haunting this place. Something far worse lurked in the shadows, watching, waiting. The fire had all but died, leaving only faint embers glowing in the dirt. The men huddled together, backs to one another, scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. The air was thick with dread, and the feeling of being watched had only intensified since the ghostly patrol had passed. Jackson, still standing near the edge of the clearing, strained his ears. Do you hear that? He asked, his voice barely audible. David listened, at first hearing nothing but the pounding of his own heart. But then, faintly, there it was again, the rhythmic thumping they had heard earlier, like distant footsteps. Only now it was accompanied by a low, guttural growl. It wasn't the sound of men marching. This was something else entirely. David's grip tightened on his rifle. Get ready. Suddenly, the tree line burst to life. Dark shapes darted between the trees, too fast to track. The growl grew louder, more distinct, a deep rumble that shook the ground beneath their feet. The soldiers scrambled to position themselves, rifles raised and aimed at the unseen enemy. Show yourself, Carter yelled, his voice trembling as he scanned the darkness. But instead of a direct assault, the figures remained in the shadows, circling them, closing in slowly. The growling grew closer, and for the first time, David saw something, a glint of eyes, reflecting the faint light of the embers. They were not human. A shape moved forward, stepping into the clearing. It was large, hunched, and covered in matted fur. Its eyes gleamed in the darkness, glowing with an unnatural light. The creature resembled a wolf, but stood upright, its limbs twisted and elongated. It snarled, revealing rows of sharp, yellowed teeth, saliva dripping from its maw. Oh, God, Reynolds muttered under his breath, stumbling backward. David raised his rifle, heart racing, opened fire. The night erupted in gunfire, the sound of bullets tearing through the jungle. The creature let out a deafening roar and lunged at them, moving faster than any of the men could anticipate. It slammed into Jackson, sending him sprawling to the ground. His scream was cut short as the beast's claws tore into him. Jackson, David yelled, but there was no time to help. The other soldiers opened fire, bullets whizzing through the air. but the creature barely flinched. The men fell back, panic setting in as more creatures appeared from the shadows. There were at least 3 of them, each more monstrous than the last, their eyes glowing in the darkness. They moved like predators, circling their prey, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. David fired again, aiming for the closest one, but his bullets seemed to have little effect. "What the hell are these things?" he shouted, backing toward the center of the clearing. "They're not human," Carter screamed, barely holding his rifle steady. Reynolds, panting heavily, fumbled with his ammunition. "We need to get out of here. We can't stay here." But there was nowhere to run. The jungle was alive with the sounds of the creatures, their growls and roars echoing through the trees. David knew that if they ran, they would be picked off one by one. Their only chance was to stand and fight, no matter how slim that chance was. Suddenly, the largest of the creatures lunged at David. He barely had time to react, diving out of the way as its massive claws slashed through the air where he had just stood. The beast snarled, turning its glowing eyes toward him, and David felt a wave of terror wash over him. It was then that he realized these weren't ordinary predators. They were something older, something primal. The jungle had harbored these creatures for centuries, and now, in the dead of night, they had come to claim the souls of anyone who dared enter their domain. Another roar ripped through the night, and one of the creatures leapt into the air, crashing into Carter. He screamed as the beast dragged him into the trees, his cries fading into the distance. "Carter!" David shouted, but it was too late. The jungle swallowed him whole. The remaining soldiers fired wildly into the darkness, but their desperation was palpable. The beasts were relentless, their attacks calculated and precise. The men were no match for them. "We can't stay here," Reynolds yelled, his face pale with fear. "We have to retreat." David's mind raced. Retreat meant exposing their backs to the creatures, but staying meant certain death. He glanced at the remaining men, their faces filled with terror, their breaths ragged. "Fall back," David shouted, making the decision. "We'll regroup at the outpost." The soldiers scrambled to their feet, moving quickly toward the path they had come from. The creatures howled in fury, chasing them through the trees, their glowing eyes never leaving the fleeing patrol. The jungle blurred around them as they ran, the ground uneven and treacherous. David's heart pounded in his chest as he pushed forward, barely able to keep up with the others. The roars of the beasts grew louder, closer. Just when David thought they wouldn't make it, they burst through the trees and into a small clearing. The old watchtower stood at the center, its structure crumbling but still standing. It was their last refuge. The men stumbled inside, slamming the door behind them. The creatures roared outside, clawing at the walls, their fury palpable. For now, they were safe, but David knew the night was far from over. The watchtower creaked as the wind howled outside, carrying the roars and growls of the creatures hunting them. Inside, the remaining soldiers huddled together, their breath coming in ragged gasps, their rifles still clutched tightly in trembling hands. The wooden walls of the tower felt fragile, as if they would shatter under the relentless assault of the beasts. David, his back pressed against the cold, splintered wall, tried to steady his breathing. His mind raced, replaying the events of the night Jackson, Carter, and the others taken by the monsters that roamed the jungle. The weight of their loss hung heavily on him, but there was no time to mourn. Survival was all that mattered now. Reynolds paced back and forth, his eyes wide with panic. "We can't stay here. Those things will tear this place apart. We need to find a way out." David glanced at the barricaded door, the growls and scratching from the other side growing louder. "Out where? We're surrounded. If we run, they'll pick us off one by one." "Then what?" Reynolds snapped, his voice rising. "We sit here and wait for them to break through. We're dead either way." "Calm down," David ordered, though the fear in his own voice was hard to suppress. He scanned the small room, looking for anything that could help them. The watchtower was old, abandoned long ago by whatever forces once controlled the area. Dusty crates lined the walls, filled with nothing but rotting supplies and rusted equipment. The tower shuddered as something massive slammed against the outside wall. The soldiers jumped, eyes wide, as the creatures let out a low, menacing growl. Whatever they were intelligent, taunting their prey, waiting for the right moment to strike. Reynolds is right, Carter, who was barely holding himself together, muttered under his breath. We can't stay here all night. They'll get in eventually. David thought quickly. There's one more option, he said, voice low but resolute. The tunnel system below the tower. I remember hearing about it. The old Viet Cong used it during the war. It might lead us far enough away from this area to escape. Reynolds blinked, hope flickering in his eyes. You're serious? There's an exit. If the tunnels are still intact, David said, but it's a gamble. A series of loud bangs reverberated through the wooden walls, each one shaking the fragile structure. The beasts were getting more aggressive, testing the tower's defenses. We don't have much time, David said, already moving toward the floorboards in the center of the room. Help me lift this up. Together, the remaining soldiers pried open the rotting boards, revealing a narrow entrance leading down into the darkness below. A foul, musty smell wafted up from the tunnel, but it was their only chance. One at a time, David ordered, lowering himself into the opening. His feet touched the cold, damp earth below, and he clicked on a flashlight, illuminating the narrow passage. The tunnel walls were made of crumbling brick and dirt, slick with moisture, but it stretched forward into the unknown. The others followed quickly, one by one descending into the tunnel. Just as the last man was inside, a deafening crash echoed from above. The beasts had broken through. Hurry, David urged, motioning for the men to follow. He led the way down the tunnel, their footsteps echoing through the confined space. The air was thick, filled with the scent of decay and mildew. The deeper they went, the more the jungle seemed to close in around them. For what felt like hours, they moved through the winding passage, their nerves fraying with each step. Every sound, every gust of wind seemed to carry the creature's growls with it. David could feel the weight of the jungle pressing down, the spirits of the fallen soldiers still lingering, their anger palpable. We're being followed, Carter whispered, glancing over his shoulder. The tunnel behind them was pitch black, but the feeling of being watched was undeniable. David stopped, listening intently. There, in the distance, faint but growing closer, the same rhythmic thumping they had heard before, like footsteps in the dark. The creatures were not far behind. Keep moving, David said, pushing forward. We're almost out of here. But the further they went, the stranger the tunnel became. The walls seemed to pulse, as if alive, the bricks shifting in the dim light of the flashlight. Shadows danced on the edges of their vision, fleeting figures that vanished when they turned to look. Then, they came to an abrupt stop. The tunnel had collapsed ahead, the exit blocked by tons of dirt and debris. No, Reynolds muttered, his voice barely a whisper. No, no, no. We're trapped, one of the others said, panic rising in his voice. What now, Dave? David's mind raced. He looked back the way they had come. The growls were closer now, the creatures closing in on their position. We can still fight them off, he said, gripping his rifle tightly. Set up here. Watch both directions. We hold our ground. As the men prepared for what seemed like their last stand, the tunnel around them grew colder. A chill ran down David's spine as he heard a faint, ghostly whisper. It was a voice, human, but distant. Don't stay here. David whipped his flashlight around, searching for the source of the voice, but there was no one there. Did you hear that? He asked, his breath quickening. Reynolds nodded, his face pale. Yeah, what the hell is that? Before anyone could respond, the tunnel filled with a cacophony of eerie whispers, like the voices of the dead, swirling around them. The air grew thick with the smell of blood and decay. "David," Carter said, his voice barely audible, "I don't think it's just those creatures. This place, it's cursed." David knew he was right. The jungle had claimed the lives of countless soldiers during the war, and their spirits had never left. Now, they were trapped in a place where the living and the dead were intertwined, and there was no escape. "Prepare yourselves," David said, his voice grim. "Whatever's coming, we face it together." And then, from the darkness, the glowing eyes of the creatures appeared, closing in on their position. The tunnel walls seemed to close in, the air growing thick and oppressive as the glowing eyes of the creatures edged closer. David could feel his heart pounding in his chest as the weight of death pressed against them from all sides. The beast growled low, the sound reverberating through the earth beneath their feet, shaking the walls with an unnatural force. David took a deep breath, raising his rifle, and whispered to the men, "This is it. We make our stand here. Hold your ground." Reynolds, Carter, and the rest of the squad tightened their grips on their weapons, forming a defensive line. The tunnel felt like a tomb now, with no way forward and no way back. They were surrounded by the unseen presence of the jungle's forgotten dead and the snarling creatures stalking them in the dark. The shadows writhed and twisted, distorting the walls as if the jungle itself was alive, moving around them. Cold whispers echoed in the air, barely audible over the growls. David's flashlight flickered, casting brief, haunting glimpses of the creatures. They were closer now, hulking figures with eyes glowing like embers, their massive forms barely distinguishable in the darkness. David could feel his hands trembling, but he steadied himself, aiming at the nearest pair of glowing eyes. "Wait for it," he muttered under his breath. "Wait for the right moment." The tension was unbearable, the stench of decay thick in the air, suffocating. Then, without warning, one of the creatures lunged from the darkness, its jaws wide and eyes burning with an unnatural fury. David squeezed the trigger, the gunshot deafening in the confined space. The beast recoiled, letting out a guttural howl as it fell to the ground, writhing in pain. "Fire!" David shouted, and the tunnel erupted in a hail of gunfire. The men unloaded their magazines, shooting at every glowing set of eyes they could see. The creatures howled and snarled, their massive forms thrashing in the dark, but they kept coming. Suddenly, Carter screamed, "Behind us, they're coming from the rear." David whipped around, his stomach dropping. Another group of creatures had emerged from the tunnel behind them, their glowing eyes flickering in the darkness as they closed in. "We're surrounded?" Reynolds yelled, firing blindly into the mass of approaching beasts. The men were caught in the middle, with no escape. The creatures were relentless, their massive claws raking across the ground as they charged. One of the soldiers was dragged into the shadows, his screams cut short by a sickening crunch. David's mind raced. The tunnel was collapsing around them, the walls vibrating as if something ancient and evil was awakening beneath the earth. He could hear the voices again, those whispers, now louder, pleading and warning them to leave, but there was no way out. "Hold the line," David shouted, but the words felt hollow. The squad was being torn apart, their defensive position crumbling under the weight of the supernatural onslaught. Then, something shifted, the air grew colder, and the shadows deepened. The creatures paused for a moment, their growls fading into low murmurs as if they, too, could feel the change. The tunnel itself seemed to groan, the bricks and dirt shifting unnaturally. Suddenly, the ghostly whispers grew louder, and the temperature plummeted. It felt as if a presence was rising from the earth itself, something far more ancient and powerful than the creatures haunting them. The men were frozen in place, unable to comprehend what was happening. From the depths of the tunnel, a figure appeared, ethereal and faint, like a wisp of smoke. It was the spirit of a soldier, long dead, his eyes hollow but filled with a deep sorrow. His presence was overwhelming, and the creatures backed away, growling in fear. The ghostly figure spoke in a voice that echoed through the tunnel. sounding both distant and near. "This land is cursed. You must leave." David could barely breathe as he watched the spectral soldier approach. "We can't," he stammered. "There's no way out." The ghost looked at him, his face etched with pain and suffering. "There is one way, but it requires a sacrifice." David felt a chill run down his spine. "What do you mean?" The ghost's hollow eyes bore into him. "One of you must stay behind. Only then can the others leave this place." The remaining soldiers exchanged horrified glances. The growls of the creatures grew louder again, their patience wearing thin. Time was running out. "No," Reynolds muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. "We're not leaving anyone behind." "We have no choice," Carter shouted, his voice filled with panic. "It's the only way." David clenched his fists, the weight of the decision pressing down on him. He looked at the men, his comrades, his friends, and knew that one of them would have to make the ultimate sacrifice if they were to survive. "I'll do it," David said quietly, his voice barely audible over the chaos. The men stared at him in shock. "No, David," Reynolds said, stepping forward. "You can't." David shook his head, his eyes filled with determination. "It's my responsibility. I led us here. I'll be the one to stay." The ghostly figure nodded, acknowledging David's decision. The creatures growled, inching closer, their patience wearing thin. The men could feel the presence of death all around them. "Go," David said, his voice firm. "Get out of here while you still can." The remaining soldiers hesitated for a moment, but they knew there was no other way. One by one, they turned and fled down the tunnel, following the path the ghost had revealed. David watched them go, his heart heavy but resolute. As the last soldier disappeared into the darkness, David turned to face the creatures. The ghostly figure stood beside him, its presence a cold comfort. "You will be remembered," the ghost said softly, before vanishing into the mist. David stood alone, the growls of the creatures echoing all around him. He raised his rifle one last time, knowing that this was the end. But he would not go down without a fight. And then, the tunnel collapsed, sealing his fate beneath the earth forever. Date: October 7, 1969. Location: a remote hill deep within the central highlands of Vietnam. Characters: Sergeant Tom Harrison, a seasoned leader with a haunted past. Private Jake Turner, a fresh recruit, eager but nervous. Corporal Steve Davis, a sharpshooter with a knack for sensing danger. Private First Class Mike Carter, quiet, observant, and deeply superstitious. Lieutenant Frank Roberts, the commanding officer, determined to complete the mission. The air was thick with the humidity of the Vietnamese jungle as Sergeant Tom Harrison led his squad up the steep, forested slope known as the Screaming Hill. The men were already exhausted, having trekked through the dense underbrush for hours, but the mission was critical. Intelligence had reported unusual enemy activity in the area, and their orders were to scout the hill and confirm the presence of the Viet Cong. From the moment they entered the vicinity of the hill, an eerie silence settled over the group. The usual sounds of the jungle chirping insects, distant bird calls, and the rustling of leaves were absent. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. "Stay sharp," Sergeant Harrison whispered, his voice barely audible as he scanned the surroundings. "Something doesn't feel right." Private Jake Turner, new to the unit and still adjusting to the realities of war, felt a cold sweat drip down his spine. The silence was oppressive, and he found himself gripping his rifle tighter, as if expecting something to jump out from the shadows at any moment. Corporal Steve Davis moved with the precision of a predator, his eyes constantly darting from one shadow to the next. He had been on countless patrols, but something about this place unsettled him. It wasn't just the silence. It was the feeling that they were being watched, followed even by something unseen. "Mike, you picking up anything?" Davis asked quietly, his voice low. Private First Class Mike Carter, known among the men for his uncanny sixth sense, paused for a moment, closing his eyes as if trying to feel the pulse of the jungle. When he opened them again, there was a look of concern on his face. "I don't like this, Sarge," Carter muttered. "It feels wrong. Like we're not supposed to be here." Lieutenant Frank Roberts, leading from the front as always, turned to address the squad. "We have our orders. Men, stay focused. We'll be in and out before you know it." Despite Roberts' calm demeanor, even he couldn't shake the feeling of dread that seemed to emanate from the hill. They pressed on, the dense foliage giving way to a rocky path that led higher up the slope. As they ascended, the temperature seemed to drop, a biting cold that seeped into their bones despite the tropical heat. The mist began to roll in, shrouding the hill in a thick fog that limited visibility to just a few feet ahead. "We're almost there," Harrison said, though he couldn't tell if it was meant to reassure the others or himself. Suddenly, Turner stumbled over something protruding from the ground. He looked down and saw what appeared to be an old, withered piece of cloth, half buried in the dirt. When he reached down to pull it free, he uncovered something that made his heart stop. A human skull, its empty eye socket staring back at him. "Jesus Christ," Turner gasped, recoiling in horror. The others rushed over, their expressions hardening as they realized what Turner had found. It wasn't just a single skull scattered around. The area were more bones, remnants of a long-forgotten battle. "This must be one of the old French outposts," Davis said grimly. "They fought here during the First Indochina War. Never heard anything good about those battles." Carter knelt beside the remains, a look of unease on his face. "These men, they didn't just die in battle. Something else happened here." Before anyone could respond, a distant wail echoed through the fog, a sound so chilling that it froze the blood in their veins. It was a scream, but not of any living creature, a long, agonized cry that seemed to come from the very heart of the hill. "That's no animal," Roberts said, his voice barely a whisper. "Move out," Harrison ordered, his voice tense with urgency. "We're getting off this hill, now." As they began their retreat, the scream echoed again, louder this time, reverberating through the trees. The men moved faster, their nerves frayed, as the fog thickened around them, making it difficult to see even a few feet ahead. Suddenly, they were enveloped in the mist, and the trail they had followed seemed to vanish, leaving them disoriented and lost in the ghostly white shroud. The screams grew closer, more intense, as if whatever was making them was circling them, drawing nearer with each passing second. Panic set in as the squad tried to regroup, but the mist played tricks on their minds, warping the landscape and making it impossible to find their way. The once organized retreat became a desperate scramble to escape the unseen terror that stalked them. "Stick together," Harrison shouted, trying to maintain control, but his voice was swallowed by the mist. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the screaming stopped. An eerie silence fell over the hill once more, broken only by the ragged breaths of the soldiers. They were alone in the mist, surrounded by the remains of those who had perished before them, and the haunting realization that whatever haunted the screaming hill was not finished with them yet. The mist was suffocating, its cold tendrils wrapping around the soldiers like a living entity. They moved slowly through the fog, every step careful and deliberate, as if the ground beneath them might give way at any moment. The wailing screams had stopped, but the silence that followed was almost worse, a silence so profound it felt as though the world itself had died. Sergeant Harrison signaled for the squad to halt. The unease in his gut had only grown stronger, and he needed to get his bearings. "Hold up," he whispered, though his voice barely carried in the dense fog. "We need to figure out where we are." Private Turner, still shaken from the discovery of the skulls, glanced nervously at the others. "Sarge, this fog, it doesn't feel natural. It's like it's trying to keep us here." Corporal Davis, ever the pragmatist, was scanning the surrounding mist with his rifle raised, trying to pierce the thick veil. "Something's not right," he muttered. "This kind of fog shouldn't be this dense, especially not this high up. It's like we walked into another world." Private Carter, usually the most vocal about his superstitions, had gone quiet, his eyes wide with fear. He clutched his dog tags tightly, whispering a prayer under his breath. "We shouldn't have come here. This place is cursed." Those screams, those were the souls of the damned. Lieutenant Roberts, trying to keep his composure, looked back at Harrison. "We need to find a way down, regroup with the rest of the unit. This mist is playing tricks on our minds." Harrison nodded, though he was beginning to feel the same creeping dread. "Let's keep moving. Stay close, and keep your eyes sharp." They resumed their slow march through the fog, each man tense, waiting for anything to happen. The fog seemed to swirl around them, thickening and thinning as if it were alive, deliberately obscuring their path and disorienting them further. The sounds of the jungle, which had been absent, began to return, but distorted and twisted, like echoes from a nightmare. Then, from somewhere deep within the fog, a whispering voice floated to them. It was faint at first, barely discernible from the rustling leaves and creaking branches, but it grew louder, more insistent, until the men could no longer ignore it. Turn back, Private Turner froze, his eyes wide with fear. "Did you hear that? Please tell me you heard that?" Harrison clenched his jaw, trying to push the fear aside. "I heard it. Stay calm, everyone. It's just the wind, probably carrying sounds from the jungle." But deep down, he knew it wasn't the wind. There was something in the fog, something that was toying with them, leading them deeper into the heart of the hill. As they continued, the whispering voices multiplied, overlapping and intertwining, creating a cacophony of unsettling sounds. Some voices pleaded, some mocked, and others screamed in agony. The men began to feel the weight of every step, as if the very ground beneath them resisted their advance. Private Carter, unable to take the pressure any longer, suddenly stopped and pointed to the fog ahead. "There, did you see that?" The squad turned their attention to where Carter was pointing, and for a brief moment, they saw it to a dark figure, barely visible through the mist, standing motionless and watching them. "Who's there?" Roberts demanded, his voice steady but filled with tension. The figure did not respond. It simply stood there, an ominous silhouette in the fog, until it slowly faded away, leaving only the whispering voices behind. "Keep moving," Harrison ordered, though he could feel the fear gnawing at him. "We have to keep moving." But the hill seemed to have other plans. No matter which direction they took, the fog grew thicker, the whispers louder, and the sense of dread more overwhelming. It was as if the hill itself was alive, shifting and changing to trap them, to ensure they would never leave. Then, out of the mist, they stumbled upon something that made their blood run cold. It was an old, decrepit hut, half collapsed and covered in vines. The wood was rotten, and the roof had caved in long ago, but there was something about it that was deeply unsettling. "We should check it out," Davis suggested, though he sounded as though he was trying to convince himself as much as the others. "Stay alert," Harrison replied, as he led the squad closer. As they approached, the whispers intensified, now clearer than ever. They weren't just whispers anymore, they were voices, speaking in broken Vietnamese and heavily accented English. The voices recounted tales of battles long lost, of men who had vanished into the mist, never to be seen again. It was as if the hut was a beacon for the souls that had perished on the hill, a place where their last moments were eternally replayed. Harrison motioned for the men to spread out and search the area. Turner, still visibly shaken, was hesitant but followed orders, keeping his rifle at the ready. As he neared the entrance to the hut, he saw something that made his breath catch in his throat, a set of footprints leading into the hut, but none leading out. "Sergeant, there's someone in there," Turner stammered, pointing at the footprints. Harrison nodded, signaling Davis to take the lead. The corporal cautiously stepped through the doorway, his rifle raised. Inside, the air was cold, unnaturally so, and the smell of decay was thick. The interior was sparse, with only a few remnants of what might have once been a living space: a rusted lantern, a broken chair, and a rotting wooden table. But then they saw a figure sitting in the corner, slumped over as if asleep. Davis approached cautiously, his finger on the trigger. But as he drew closer, the figure's head slowly lifted. It was a man, or rather, what was left of one. His skin was pale and withered, his eyes sunken and lifeless, and his mouth hung open in a silent scream. He looked as though he had been there for decades, untouched by time, a ghostly remnant of a forgotten war. And then, in a voice that was both a whisper and a scream, the figure spoke. "Why did you come here? You cannot leave." The words sent a chill through the squad, and before they could react, the figure began to dissolve into the mist, leaving behind only the echo of his final words. Panic surged through the group. "We need to get out of here," Turner yelled, his voice cracking. But as they turned to leave, the fog outside the hut thickened even further, swallowing the path they had come from. The whispers turned into a roar, and the once faint voices now screamed in unison, filling the air with a deafening noise that made the men cover their ears in agony. Harrison tried to rally the squad, but his voice was lost in the cacophony. The fog closed in around them, and the ground beneath their feet seemed to shift, pulling them deeper into the hill's grasp. Just as it seemed they would be lost forever, the roaring stopped. The fog thinned, and the men found themselves standing at the edge of the hill, the path ahead clear once more. They didn't question their luck. Without a word, they began their descent, eager to leave the cursed hill behind. But the whispers still echoed in their minds, and the memory of the ghostly figure in the hut haunted them as they hurried through the jungle, knowing that the screaming hill would never truly let them go. The squad moved quickly, driven by fear and desperation as the first light of dawn struggled to penetrate the thick jungle canopy. They had managed to escape the worst of the fog, but the oppressive atmosphere of the hill clung to them, its dark tendrils wrapping around their minds and souls. Sergeant Harrison led the way, his senses on high alert. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves, sent a jolt of fear through him. The jungle was alive with sounds, but none of them were natural. The whispers had faded, but the echoes of them lingered in the back of his mind, relentless and maddening. "We need to keep moving," Harrison urged, glancing back at his men. They were exhausted, their faces pale and eyes wide with fear, but they pushed on, knowing that stopping was not an option. "We have to get back to the main trail before nightfall." Private Turner, his rifle clutched tightly in his hands, kept glancing over his shoulder, as if expecting the fog to come rushing back at any moment. "Sarge, what if we're going in circles? What if the hill won't let us leave?" Harrison didn't have an answer. He had been trying to navigate using his compass, but even that seemed unreliable, the needle spinning erratically whenever they neared certain parts of the hill. "Just keep your focus, Turner. We'll find our way out." Corporal Davis, who had taken point with Harrison, suddenly stopped, raising his hand to signal the others to halt. "Did you hear that?" he whispered, his voice tense. The squad froze, straining to listen. At first, all they could hear was the rustling of the jungle, the distant call of birds. But then, faintly, there it was, the sound of footsteps, echoing through the trees. "It's following us," Private Carter whispered, his voice trembling. "Whatever it is, it's following us." The footsteps grew louder, closer, but no matter where they looked, they couldn't see the source. It was as if the sound was coming from all around them, from the very earth beneath their feet. "Stay together," Lieutenant Roberts ordered, his voice calm but firm. "Whatever it is, we face it as a team." But the footsteps continued, relentless and mocking, leading them deeper into the jungle, away from the path they were trying to follow. The squad moved faster, their hearts pounding, but the sound only grew louder, more insistent, as if the very ground beneath them was alive and chasing them. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped, and for a moment, the jungle was eerily silent. The men exchanged nervous glances, unsure of what to do next. Then, without warning, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the trees, echoing off the hillsides and sending a wave of terror through the squad. It was a scream of pure agony, as if someone or something was being tortured beyond comprehension. Private Turner stumbled back, his face pale. What was that? Who was that? It wasn't human, Davis said, his voice barely above a whisper. That scream, it wasn't human. Harrison forced himself to stay calm. We can't let it get to us. It's just trying to scare us, to make us panic. But the scream had done its job. The men were on edge, their nerves frayed, and as they continued deeper into the jungle, the sense of dread only grew stronger. The path ahead seemed endless, the trees closing in around them like a cage. As they pushed forward, the jungle began to change. The vibrant greens and browns of the forest floor turned to shades of gray, and the air grew colder, heavier. The once familiar sounds of the jungle faded, replaced by an eerie stillness. Then they saw a large, moss-covered stone altar, half buried in the earth, standing in the middle of a small clearing. The altar was ancient, its surface worn smooth by time, and it was surrounded by a circle of twisted, gnarled trees. What the hell is this? Carter whispered, his eyes wide with fear. This place, it's wrong. Harrison approached the altar cautiously, feeling an unnatural pull towards it. As he drew closer, he noticed symbols carved into the stone, symbols he didn't recognize, but that filled him with an overwhelming sense of dread. These aren't Vietnamese, Roberts observed, examining the carvings. They're much older, ancient. Davis scanned the tree line, his rifle ready. This place feels like a trap. We shouldn't stay here, but it was too late. As the squad stood in the clearing, the fog began to return, seeping out from the trees like a living entity. The air grew colder, and the whispers started up again, louder this time, more insistent. We need to get out of here, Harrison ordered, his voice tense. Now, but the fog was too thick, too fast. It closed in around them, and with it came the shadows, dark, indistinct figures that moved through the mist with unnatural speed. Stay together, Robert shouted, but the men were already panicking, firing their rifles into the fog at the shadows that seemed to surround them. The shadows darted in and out of the mist, their forms shifting and changing, always just out of reach. The squad's bullets passed through them harmlessly, as if they were made of smoke. Then, out of the fog, came another scream, this one louder, more powerful, and filled with rage. It was followed by the sound of something massive crashing through the trees, heading straight for them. Fall back, Harrison yelled, trying to regain control of the situation, but the fog was too thick, the shadows too numerous. The squad was scattered, lost in the mist, and the sense of dread that had been building since they entered the hill now threatened to overwhelm them completely. Turner, separated from the others, stumbled through the fog, his heart racing. He could hear the others shouting, but their voices seemed distant, as if they were miles away. The shadows continued to pursue him, whispering his name, taunting him. And then, just when he thought he couldn't take it anymore, he broke through the fog and found himself at the edge of the hill. Below him, the jungle stretched out, dark and foreboding, but the fog didn't seem to reach this far. He collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath, but the relief was short-lived. From behind him, he could still hear the echoes of the screams, the relentless footsteps, and the whispers that haunted his every step. He knew then that they weren't out of danger, not yet. The screaming hill wasn't done with them, not by a long shot. The fog clung to the ground like a living entity, thick and oppressive, distorting the landscape and muting the sounds of the jungle. Sergeant Harrison struggled to keep his bearings as he moved through the mist, the faint echoes of gunfire and shouting growing more distant with each passing moment. His men were scattered, and the hill seemed determined to swallow them whole. Turner, Davis, he called out, his voice strained with worry. Report your position. But only silence greeted him, broken occasionally by the unnatural rustling of leaves and the soft, eerie whispers that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. Harrison's heart pounded in his chest, each beat echoing in his ears like the drumbeat of impending doom. He knew he had to find his men before the hill claimed them completely. The fog was disorienting, but it wasn't impenetrable. He focused on the sounds. He could hear footsteps, distant cries, and the subtle rustle of movement nearby. Harrison moved cautiously, his rifle at the ready. The air grew colder with each step, the chill seeping into his bones, making him shiver despite the tropical climate. As he pushed forward, the mist began to thin slightly, revealing the twisted silhouettes of trees and rocks scattered across the landscape. And then he saw a shadowy figure moving through the fog, just ahead of him. Harrison's pulse quickened, hope flaring in his chest. "Davis," he called out, moving closer. "Is that you?" The figure stopped and turned slowly to face him, but something was wrong. The way it moved, the way it stood, it wasn't human. Harrison felt a chill run down his spine as he realized the figure was taller than any man he'd ever seen. Its limbs elongated and its movements unnaturally fluid. He froze, his breath catching in his throat. The figure remained still, its face obscured by the shadows, but Harrison could feel its eyes on him, cold and calculating. For a moment, they stood there, locked in a silent standoff. Then, without warning, the figure lunged forward, moving with a speed and grace that defied logic. Harrison barely had time to react, raising his rifle and firing a burst of shots into the mist. The figure dissolved into the fog, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared, leaving Harrison alone once more. His hands trembled as he lowered his weapon, trying to steady his breathing. He knew that, whatever was out there, it wasn't something he could fight with bullets. It was something far older, far darker, than anything he'd ever encountered. As Harrison continued his search, he heard a low, mournful wail echoing through the trees. The sound was faint at first, but it grew louder, more insistent, as if the very hill itself was crying out in pain. He followed the sound, his instinct screaming at him to turn back, but he couldn't leave his men behind. The wail led him to a small clearing, where the fog parted to reveal an ancient, gnarled tree at its center. Its twisted branches reached up to the sky like skeletal fingers, and its bark was blackened and scarred. At the base of the tree, Harrison saw something that made his blood run cold to bodies, sprawled out on the ground, their faces twisted in agony. He recognized them immediately: Private Carter and Corporal Davis. "No," Harrison whispered, rushing to their side. But as he knelt beside them, he realized with a sickening lurch that something was horribly wrong. Their bodies were cold to the touch, their skin pale and lifeless. But it wasn't just that they were dead, it was the way they were positioned, their limbs contorted in unnatural angles, as if they had died in the throes of unimaginable pain. Harrison's mind raced, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. He had been with them just minutes ago. How could they be dead now? And what had done this to them? Before he could process any further, a voice spoke behind him, low and trembling. "Sarge." Harrison spun around, his heart pounding. Private Turner stood at the edge of the clearing, his face pale and eyes wide with terror. He looked like he had seen a ghost. "Turner." Harrison called out, relief flooding his voice. "Thank God, you're alive." But Turner didn't move. He just stared at the bodies, his hands trembling. "Sarge, they're not dead." Harrison frowned, glancing back at the corpses. "What are you talking about? They're not dead." Turner interrupted, his voice rising in panic. They're cursed." As if on cue, the air around them grew colder, and the bodies began to twitch, their limbs jerking unnaturally. Harrison watched in horror as Davis's eyes snapped open, glowing with an unnatural light. "Sarge," Davis rasped, his voice distorted and filled with malice. "Why did you leave us?" Harrison stumbled back, his mind reeling. This couldn't be happening, it wasn't possible. But as Carter's body began to move as well, rising from the ground with a grotesque grace, Harrison knew they were no longer his men. They were something else now, something twisted and evil, brought back by the cursed hill. "We were waiting for you," Carter said, his voice echoing with the same unnatural distortion. "Join us, Sarge, join us in the darkness." Harrison raised his rifle, his hands shaking. He didn't want to shoot, didn't want to harm the men he had sworn to protect, but he knew they were no longer human. They were something far worse, creatures born of the hill's malevolent power. Before he could pull the trigger, the fog thickened around him, and the whispers grew louder, filling his mind with a cacophony of voices. He could feel the presence of the hill closing in on him, its dark power suffocating him, pulling him into its grasp. "Sarge," Turner's voice cut through the fog, desperate and pleading. "We have to go, now." Harrison snapped out of his daze, lowering his rifle and grabbing Turner's arm. "Run," he shouted, pulling the young soldier with him as they fled the clearing. Behind them, the twisted figures of Davis and Carter watched with cold, dead eyes, their mouths curling into unnatural smiles. The hill wasn't done with them yet. It was only just beginning. The jungle seemed to close in around them as Harrison and Turner fled deeper into the mist-shrouded terrain. Every step was an ordeal, the thick foliage tearing at their fatigues, and the oppressive fog pressing down on them like a physical weight. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and the low, haunting wails that echoed through the trees seemed to come from the very ground beneath their feet. Harrison's mind raced as he led Turner through the underbrush. The horrors they had just witnessed were playing in his thoughts. The sight of Davis and Carter, once his comrades, now twisted into monstrous forms by the malevolent forces of the hill, had shaken him to his core. He knew they were no longer men, but something far worse, and the knowledge gnawed at his sanity. "We can't stop," Harrison panted, his voice raw from shouting. "We have to keep moving." Turner nodded wordlessly, his eyes wide with terror. The young soldier was pale, his hands trembling as he clutched his rifle. He had seen too much, and the fear was eating away at him, threatening to consume him entirely. As they pushed deeper into the jungle, the mist grew thicker, the trees taller and more twisted. The terrain became increasingly difficult to navigate, the ground sloping downward into a narrow, winding ravine. The deeper they descended, the darker it became, until the daylight was reduced to a dim, sickly glow filtering through the canopy above. Harrison's instinct screamed at him to turn back, but there was no going back, not with Davis and Carter lurking somewhere in the fog. The only way out was forward, deeper into the unknown. The ravine soon opened up into a small, shadowy clearing, the air thick with an unnatural stillness. The only sounds were the distant echoes of the jungle and the ragged breathing of the two soldiers. "Where are we?" Turner whispered, his voice barely audible. Harrison scanned the area, his senses on high alert. "I don't know," he admitted, "but we need to find higher ground, somewhere we can get a signal." As they moved cautiously through the clearing, something caught Harrison's eye, a faint glimmer of light in the distance, flickering like a dying flame. It was barely visible through the thick fog, but it was there, beckoning them like a beacon in the darkness. "Do you see that?" Turner asked, his voice tinged with hope. Harrison nodded. "Stay close," he ordered, leading the way toward the light. The ground beneath their feet grew uneven, littered with roots and rocks that threatened to trip them with every step. But they pressed on, drawn toward the light like moths to a flame. As they neared the source, the light grew brighter, revealing the outlines of what appeared to be a small, dilapidated structure, an old, abandoned shack, half hidden by the encroaching jungle. Harrison approached the shack cautiously, his rifle raised. The structure was ancient, its wooden walls rotted and covered in moss. The door hung loosely on its hinges, creaking softly in the wind. The flickering light was coming from inside, casting eerie shadows on the ground. "We should check it out," Harrison said, though his gut told him this was a terrible idea. Turner hesitated, fear etched on his face. "What if it's one of them?" Harrison clenched his jaw. "We'll find out," he said grimly. With a deep breath, Harrison pushed the door open with the barrel of his rifle, the rusty hinges groaning in protest. The inside of the shack was even more dilapidated than the exterior. Broken furniture lay scattered across the dirt floor, and the walls were covered in strange, indecipherable symbols carved into the wood. But what drew their attention was the source of the light, a small, flickering candle placed in the center of the room, its flame dancing erratically. It was an odd sight, out of place in the middle of the jungle, and it filled Harrison with a sense of unease. "Who would light a candle out here?" Turner whispered, his voice trembling. Harrison didn't answer. He was too busy studying the room, trying to make sense of the symbols carved into the walls. They looked ancient, almost tribal, but there was something malevolent about them, something that made his skin crawl. As they stood there, the air grew colder, and the fog outside seemed to press against the walls of the shack, as if trying to seep inside. The candle flickered more violently, its flame shrinking and growing in quick succession. Suddenly, the temperature in the room plummeted, and the candle's flame was snuffed out, plunging them into darkness. Turner gasped, and Harrison immediately raised his rifle, his heart pounding in his chest. "Stay close," he ordered, his voice barely above a whisper. But as the darkness closed in around them, they both felt it a presence in the room, something watching them, something malevolent. The air was thick with it, and the symbols on the walls seemed to pulse with a faint, sickly glow. "Who's there?" Harrison demanded, his voice steady despite the fear gnawing at him. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, a low, guttural voice echoed through the shack, a voice that didn't belong to any living thing. "You cannot escape the hill." The words sent a chill down Harrison's spine. He couldn't see the source of the voice, but he could feel it. Something was in the room with them, something ancient and evil, drawn to them by the hill's dark power. "Turner, we need to," Harrison began, but before he could finish, the ground beneath their feet began to shake violently, and the walls of the shack groaned as if they were about to collapse. "Run," Harrison shouted, grabbing Turner and pulling him toward the door. They burst out of the shack and into the fog, the ground still trembling beneath them. The ravine echoed with the sounds of cracking wood and falling debris as the shack collapsed behind them, swallowed by the earth. But there was no time to look back. Harrison and Turner ran blindly through the fog, the malevolent presence chasing them, whispering dark promises in their ears. The jungle seemed to twist and warp around them, the trees closing in, their branches reaching out like skeletal hands. The fog grew thicker, obscuring everything except for the faint glow of the symbols, now etched into the very air around them. Harrison's breath came in ragged gasps as he pushed onward, desperate to escape the hill's grasp. But deep down, he knew the truth: there was no escaping the screaming hill. It had them in its grip, and it wasn't going to let go. As they ran, the whispers grew louder, more insistent, filling their minds with visions of death and despair. The ground beneath them seemed to shift and twist, pulling them deeper into the hill's embrace. Then, as if from nowhere, they emerged from the fog into another clearing, a dead end, surrounded by towering cliffs that rose up on all sides. Harrison skidded to a stop, his eyes wide with horror. "No," he muttered, his voice trembling. "This can't be happening." Turner was panting heavily, his face pale with fear. "What do we do now, Sarge?" Harrison didn't answer. He was staring at the cliffs, his mind racing. There was no way out, no escape. The hill had led them here, trapped them like rats in a maze. The whispers grew louder, more mocking, as if the hill itself was laughing at their despair. And then, from the darkness, the shadowy figures began to emerge, twisted, cursed beings, once human, now something far worse. Davis and Carter were among them, their eyes glowing with that same unnatural light, their twisted smiles etched with malice. They moved toward Harrison and Turner slowly, deliberately, as if savoring the moment. "You can't escape," Davis rasped, his voice filled with dark satisfaction. "The hill has claimed you." Harrison backed away, his rifle trembling in his hands. He knew they couldn't fight them. These were no longer his men. They were something else, something far more powerful and evil. Turner was shaking, tears streaming down his face. "Sarge, I don't want to die here." Harrison's mind raced, searching for a way out, but there was none. They were surrounded, outnumbered, and the hill's power was too strong. But as the cursed soldiers closed in, something deep within Harrison stirred, a fierce, unyielding will to survive. He couldn't give up, not here, not like this. "Stay close," Harrison ordered, his voice firm, despite the fear clawing at him. "We're not done yet." With that, he raised his rifle, aiming it at the nearest figure, and opened fire. The final night on the accursed hill had arrived. The soldiers were exhausted, both mentally and physically, yet the air around them felt unnaturally still, as if nature itself was holding its breath. No rustling leaves, no chirping insects, only an oppressive silence that seemed to thicken with every passing moment. Phil, John, and the remaining members of their team were acutely aware that something was wrong. They could feel it in their bones, a deep, unsettling dread that was impossible to shake. As they set up camp on the hilltop, each man glanced nervously into the surrounding darkness, haunted by the sounds that had plagued them over the past few nights. As the last traces of daylight faded, the silence was shattered by a blood-curdling scream, a sound they had come to know all too well. This time, however, the scream was different. It was closer, clearer, and filled with a terrifying mix of rage and agony. The soldiers froze, their hearts pounding in their chests as the scream echoed through the trees, reverberating across the hill. John, his voice trembling, finally broke the silence. "This isn't normal. We need to either get out of here or stand our ground." Phil, struggling to maintain his composure, ordered everyone to prepare for whatever might come. But as they scrambled to arm themselves, a thick fog began to roll in, swallowing the camp in a matter of minutes. The fog was so dense that they could barely see their hands in front of their faces, and within it, they started to see shadowy figures moving. Panic spread quickly among the men. They fired their weapons into the fog, but their bullets seemed to hit nothing but air. It was as if the fog itself was absorbing the shots, mocking their attempts to defend themselves. The fog thickened, and with it came the unmistakable sound of laughter, a chilling, high-pitched cackle that grated against their nerves. "We need to move. Now," Phil shouted, his voice barely cutting through the growing hysteria. He began to run, urging the others to follow, but the fog made it impossible to see where he was going. The group splintered, each man stumbling through the fog, disoriented and terrified. Phil's heart raced as he pushed through the mist, desperate to find a way out. But the more he ran, the more he felt like he was being watched. Every now and then, he would catch glimpses of the soldiers who had once fought on this hill, ghostly figures, their faces twisted in sorrow and anger. These were not just echoes of the past. They were trapped, doomed to relive their final moments on this cursed land. He fell to the ground, his legs giving out from exhaustion and fear. Around him, the screams of his comrades faded one by one, swallowed by the fog. Phil was alone, surrounded by the dead. He could feel their eyes on him, their cold breath on his neck. When he looked up, he saw them clearly, dozens of ghostly soldiers standing in a silent circle around him, their eyes filled with a mixture of pity and hatred. Phil understood in that moment that the hill had claimed them all. This was no ordinary battlefield, it was a place of eternal torment, a vortex that consumed the living and the dead alike. When the morning came, a rescue team arrived on the hill, but what they found was chilling. There were no survivors, only signs of a fierce struggle and scattered equipment. The hill was eerily quiet, and though the searchers tried to dismiss it, they couldn't ignore the faint echoes of screams and laughter that still lingered in the air. The team of soldiers, including Phil and John, had vanished without a trace, leaving only the terrifying memory of that final night on the Screaming Hill. The hill was quickly deemed a no-go zone, its dark legend growing with each retelling. October 10, 1968, day of deployment. The air was thick with humidity, the kind that clung to your skin and made every breath feel labored. The dense jungle canopy above blocked out most of the sun, casting long shadows that danced eerily in the underbrush. It was the start of another mission, but something about this one felt different. Back before, but this mission had an ominous air that none of them could shake. Captain John Red Higgins, known for his calm demeanor and sharp instincts, gathered his men around a makeshift table in their tent. The men were silent, their faces etched with tension as they listened to their leader. The mission was straightforward on paper: patrol the Red River area, a stretch of dense jungle near the Laos border that had been a hotspot for enemy activity. But, as Higgins unfolded the map, he couldn't help but notice how the lines and contours seem to blur together, as if the jungle itself was alive, trying to swallow the details. The brass says it's a simple recon, Higgins started, his voice steady, but with an edge that betrayed his unease. But we all know there's nothing simple about this place. Stay sharp, stay together, and we'll get through this. Sergeant Frank Miller, the company's point man, exchanged a glance with Corporal Danny Specs Thompson, the radio operator. They both knew that every mission was a gamble, but the stakes felt higher this time. The Red River was known, not just for its strategic importance, but also for the stories, ghost stories, they called them, whispered among the men during long nights, tales of soldiers vanishing without a trace, strange lights flickering in the trees, and the eerie cries that sometimes echoed through the jungle at night. October 12, 1968, the first night. The journey began early in the morning, the sun barely peeking over the horizon as Bravo Company set out. The jungle was thick and unforgiving, the ground uneven and treacherous. The men moved in near silence. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the occasional squawk of a bird. As the day wore on, the heat became oppressive, and the air grew thick with the scent of wet earth and decaying vegetation. By dusk, they had reached a small clearing by the river, a perfect spot to set up camp. The men were exhausted, but there was no time to relax. As they set up their perimeter, Miller couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. It wasn't the first time he'd felt uneasy in the jungle, but this was different. The trees seemed to close in around them, the darkness deeper and more suffocating than usual. That night, as the men took turns on watch, the jungle came alive with unfamiliar sounds. It wasn't the usual chorus of insects and animals. There was something else, something that sent chills down the spine of even the most hardened soldiers. Faint whispers seemed to float on the breeze, and the occasional snap of a twig would make every man reach for his weapon. Then, just before midnight, came the first sign. A faint glow appeared in the distance, flickering through the trees like a distant fire. Miller, who was on watch at the time, nudged Thompson awake. "You see that?" he whispered, pointing towards the light. Thompson nodded, rubbing his eyes. "What the hell is that?" "Don't know. Doesn't look like any fire I've seen." "Better wake the captain." Higgins, groggy but alert, crawled out of his tent and stared into the darkness. The light was still there, hovering in the distance, flickering in and out like a dying ember. "Stay low," he ordered. "Let's see what we're dealing with." The men huddled together, weapons at the ready, as they watched the light. But as quickly as it had appeared, it vanished, leaving nothing but darkness and the oppressive silence of the jungle. "False alarm, maybe," Thompson suggested, though his voice was shaky. "Maybe," Higgins replied, though he didn't sound convinced. "But let's double the watch tonight. Something doesn't feel right." October 13, 1968, the following day, the men continued their patrol. But the strange events of the previous night weighed heavily on their minds. The jungle was no longer just an enemy to be navigated, it felt like a living entity, hostile and aware of their presence. The sun barely pierced the thick canopy, casting everything in an eerie twilight that made it hard to distinguish friend from foe. As they marched deeper into the jungle, the whispers began again, faint and just beyond comprehension. The men kept their eyes forward, trying to focus on the mission, but the unseen presence in the jungle gnawed at their nerves. By the afternoon, the tension reached a breaking point. Private Jimmy Jinx Robinson, the youngest member of the team, suddenly froze in his tracks, his eyes wide with terror. "Did you hear that?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. "Hear what?" Jinx, Miller asked, scanning the jungle around them. It was a voice. Jinx replied, his face pale. Right in my ear it said my name. The men exchanged uneasy glances, but Higgins quickly took charge. "Stay focused, soldier. We're almost at the next checkpoint." But, as the day wore on, it became clear that something was very wrong. The jungle was too quiet, the oppressive silence only broken by the occasional snap of a branch or the rustle of leaves. Then, without warning, the ground beneath their feet gave way. Miller was the first to fall, sliding down a hidden slope into a dark ravine. The others scrambled to grab him, but the jungle seemed determined to swallow them whole. They slid and tumbled down the slope, crashing through the underbrush until they finally came to a stop at the bottom. Bruised and shaken, the men slowly got to their feet, only to find themselves in a place that wasn't on any map. The ravine was deep, the walls covered in thick, gnarled roots that twisted like the fingers of some ancient, malevolent creature. The air was colder here, and the oppressive feeling of being watched was even stronger. "What the hell is this place?" Thompson muttered, looking around. "Hell if I know," Higgins replied, his eyes scanning the area for any signs of danger. "But we're not alone here. Stay sharp." As they tried to find a way out, they stumbled upon something that made their blood run cold. Half buried in the mud was a skeleton, still clad in the tattered remnants of a U.S. Army uniform. The dog tags were missing, the name and identity of the unfortunate soul lost to time. But there was something else, something far more disturbing. Carved into the bones were strange symbols, symbols that none of them could recognize. The sight sent a wave of fear through the group, and even Higgins, the unshakable leader, felt a chill run down his spine. "We need to get out of here," Miller said, his voice trembling. "This place, it's wrong." But the jungle had other plans. As they tried to retrace their steps, they found that the path they had come from was gone, swallowed by the darkness. The walls of the ravine seemed to close in around them, the roots twisting and writhing as if alive. And then, the whispers began again, louder this time, closer. The men raised their weapons, but there was nothing to shoot at, nothing to fight. The jungle itself seemed to be alive, taunting them, toying with their minds. Higgins knew they were in a bad situation, but he refused to give in to fear. "We stick together," he said, his voice firm. "We find a way out of here and get back to base. No one gets left behind." But, as they moved deeper into the ravine, it became clear that getting out was not going to be easy. The jungle was no longer just a backdrop to their mission, it had become the enemy, a living, breathing entity determined to keep them there forever. The oppressive heat of the jungle had given way to an unsettling chill as the sun dipped below the horizon. The light was fading fast, and the dense canopy above them seemed to swallow what little remained. Bravo Company was trapped in the ravine, a place that felt more like a tomb with each passing moment. Captain John Red Higgins led the group, his mind racing as he tried to find a way out. The eerie carvings on the skeleton they had found earlier still haunted him. He'd seen death in many forms during the war, but this was something else. The jungle felt alive, aware of their presence, and it was closing in on them. Sergeant Frank Miller was right behind him, his usual stoic expression replaced by a furrowed brow. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, not by the Viet Cong, but by something older, something malevolent. The whispers had stopped for now, but the silence was just as unnerving. It was as if the jungle was waiting for something. "Captain," Miller said, his voice low but tense, "we need to get out of here. This place, it's not right." Higgins nodded, but he didn't respond. He couldn't. The truth was, he didn't know how to get them out. The jungle had shifted, the path they had come from was gone, and the thick roots and underbrush were like a maze with no exit. Corporal Danny Specs Thompson, the radio operator, was fidgeting with the comms, trying to get a signal. But all he got was static, the harsh crackle, a cruel reminder of how isolated they were. "No signal. Sir, we're cut off." Private Jimmy Jinx Robinson was struggling to keep it together. The young soldier had always been superstitious, but this was beyond anything he'd ever feared. His hands were shaking, his eyes darting around as if expecting something to jump out at any moment. "Jinx, pull it together," Miller snapped, more to calm himself than the private. "You heard the captain, we stick together." But Jinx wasn't listening. His mind was elsewhere, replaying the voice he had heard earlier, his name whispered in his ear like a death sentence. He knew he hadn't imagined it. The jungle had spoken to him, and it was hungry. The darkness was absolute, the jungle thick with shadows that moved and twisted as if alive. The temperature had dropped, and a dense fog was beginning to creep in, curling around their legs like the tendrils of some unseen beast. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay, and every breath felt heavy, laden with the weight of unseen eyes. Higgins ordered the men to make camp, though he knew rest was unlikely. They set up a small perimeter, their rifles at the ready, eyes darting to every rustle and shadow. The jungle had grown silent again, but the silence was worse than the whispers. It was a silence that pressed in on them, filled with the anticipation of something terrible. As they sat around a small, flickering fire, the men tried to keep their minds occupied. Thompson pulled out a deck of cards, but his hands were shaking too much to shuffle them properly. Miller sat with his back to a tree, scanning the darkness beyond the firelight. Jinx, still on edge, kept glancing at the shadows, his fingers twitching on the trigger of his rifle. Higgins knew he had to keep morale up, but he was running out of ideas. The jungle was breaking them down, playing on their fears, and the unknown was more terrifying than any enemy they had faced before. "Anyone got a story?" Higgins asked, trying to inject some normalcy into the situation. "Something to pass the time." Miller looked up, his eyes narrowing. "You want a story, Captain? How about the one they tell about this place?" The men looked at him, curiosity piqued despite their fear. "They say this jungle is cursed," Miller continued, his voice low and gravelly. "Long before the war, long before the French, the locals avoided this place. They said it was the home of spirits, dark spirits that fed on the living. During the Indochina War, whole platoons went missing in these parts, no bodies, no traces, just gone. The locals say the jungle took them." "Jesus, Sarge, that's just a story," Thompson muttered, though his voice lacked conviction. "Maybe," Miller replied, "but I've seen some things out here that make me wonder." As if on cue, a distant sound echoed through the trees, a low, mournful wail that seemed to come from all directions at once. The men froze, their blood running cold. "What the hell was that?" Jinx whispered, his eyes wide with terror. "Stay calm," Higgins ordered, though he could feel his heart pounding in his chest. "It's just the wind," but they all knew it wasn't. The wail grew louder, closer, and was soon joined by others, a chorus of ghostly cries that filled the night air. The fog thickened, and the fire sputtered as if struggling to stay alive. Higgins felt the weight of the jungle closing in on them, the air thick with the smell of rot and the sensation of being watched. Every instinct screamed at him to run, but he knew there was nowhere to go. They were trapped, surrounded by an enemy they couldn't see, couldn't fight. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw movement, a shadow darting between the trees, too fast to be human. He turned, rifle at the ready, but there was nothing there. Just darkness and the oppressive weight of the jungle. The men were on edge, their nerves frayed, and Higgins knew it wouldn't take much for them to snap. He had to get them out of there, but how? The jungle was a labyrinth, and every path seemed to lead them deeper into its clutches. "We need to move," Higgins said finally, his voice firm. "We can't stay here." "But where do we go, Captain?" Thompson asked, his voice trembling. "We don't even know where we are." "Anywhere but here," Higgins replied. "We keep moving until we find a way out." The men gathered their gear, the fire now just a smoldering pile of embers. The jungle seemed to sense their fear, the wails growing louder as they began their march into the unknown. The fog was thicker now, obscuring everything beyond a few feet, and the whispers had returned, circling them, taunting them. As they pushed forward, the ground became more treacherous, the roots and vines seeming to reach out, trying to trip them, to drag them down. The air was colder, the scent of decay stronger, and the sense of being watched was unbearable. Higgins led the way, his heart pounding in his chest, every muscle tense. He could feel the jungle closing in on them, a predator toying with its prey. The darkness was alive with unseen eyes, and the whispers were no longer just in the distance, they were right next to him, in his ear, in his mind. The men moved in silence, their eyes wide with fear, their breaths coming in short, sharp gasps. Every rustle of leaves, every crack of a branch sent them into a frenzy, rifles swinging in all directions, but there was never anything there, just shadows and whispers. Then, without warning, Jinx screamed a blood-curdling cry of pure terror. The men spun around to see him thrashing in the fog, his rifle clattering to the ground. He was clawing at his face, his eyes wide with horror. They're here, he screamed, his voice breaking. Higgins rushed to him, grabbing him by the shoulders. Jinx, get a hold of yourself. But Jinx was beyond reason, his mind shattered. He kept screaming, kept clawing, until finally, he collapsed to the ground, his body shaking with uncontrollable sobs. The men stood in stunned silence, the jungle's whispers growing louder, more insistent. Higgins felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. They were losing it, all of them, and the jungle knew it. We need to keep moving, Higgins said, his voice hollow. But, as he looked at his men, he knew they were on the edge, teetering between sanity and madness. And the jungle was waiting, ready to claim them. October 13th, 1968, nightfall. The night had fully descended, wrapping the jungle in a cloak of darkness so deep it felt as though the men were walking through ink. The whispers had grown fainter, but the sense of dread had only intensified. Bravo Company moved in a tight formation, their footsteps eerily silent on the soft, damp earth. Every man was on high alert, their senses tuned to the slightest sound or movement, as if the jungle itself could spring to life at any moment. Captain Higgins took the lead, his eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of a way out. But the jungle had become a maze, each direction as impenetrable as the next. The fog had thickened into a dense, suffocating blanket, and the wails that had haunted them earlier seemed to be carried on the wind, echoing from some unseen source. Sergeant Miller kept close to Jinx, who had fallen into a catatonic state after his outburst. The young private's face was pale, his eyes wide and unseeing, muttering incoherently under his breath. Miller knew that Jinx was broken, his mind shattered by whatever horrors lurked in the jungle. The rest of the men were on edge, the tension palpable as they continued their march into the unknown. "This place, it's not natural," Thompson whispered, clutching his rifle as if it were a lifeline. "It feels like the jungle's alive, watching us." "Shut up, Specs," Miller hissed, though the fear in his own voice betrayed him. "Just keep moving." But the men could feel it to the oppressive weight of the jungle pressing in on them, the shadows that seemed to move just out of sight, the whispers that lingered at the edge of their hearing. It was as if the jungle was toying with them, driving them deeper into madness with each passing minute. "Captain, we need to stop," Corporal Davis said, his voice trembling. "We're all exhausted, and Jinx, he's not going to make it much further." Higgins knew he was right, but stopping felt like giving in, like surrendering to whatever malevolent force was at play. Yet he couldn't deny the exhaustion that weighed on him, on all of them. The jungle had drained them, physically and mentally, and they were running on fumes. "All right," Higgins finally conceded, his voice heavy with reluctance. "We'll rest here, but stay alert. This place, it's not safe." The men collapsed where they stood, too tired to even set up a proper camp. They huddled together, their backs to one another, rifles at the ready. The fog swirled around them, obscuring everything beyond a few feet, and the jungle remained deathly silent, as if holding its breath. As they settled in, Miller glanced over at Jinx, who was still muttering to himself, his eyes wide with terror. The sergeant knelt beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Jinx," Miller said softly, trying to reach the man behind the fear. "It's going to be all right. We'll get out of here. You'll see." But Jinx didn't respond, his gaze fixed on some unseen horror in the darkness. Miller sighed, knowing that the young private was lost to them. Whatever had gotten into his head, it wasn't going to let go. Higgins sat apart from the group, staring into the void beyond the fog. His mind was racing, trying to piece together what had happened, how they had gone from a routine patrol to this nightmare. The jungle had changed, twisted into something unnatural, and it had them in its grip. He could feel it, the malevolent presence that stalked them, waiting for them to break. "We shouldn't have come here," Higgins muttered to himself, his voice barely audible. "This place, it's cursed." Suddenly, a sharp snap echoed through the fog, and every man jerked to attention, rifles aimed at the sound. The silence that followed was deafening, and for a moment, it seemed as if the jungle was mocking them. "Did you hear that?" Thompson whispered, his voice shaking. "Quiet," Higgins ordered, his eyes scanning the darkness. "Stay together. Don't let it separate us." Double quotes. But the jungle had other plans. As they strained to listen, the fog seemed to shift, curling around them like a living thing. The whispers returned, louder this time, a cacophony of voices that seemed to come from all directions. And then, without warning, the ground beneath them began to tremble. The men staggered, trying to keep their balance as the earth shook. Trees swayed violently, their branches creaking and groaning as if they were alive. The fog thickened, becoming almost tangible, pressing in on them, suffocating them. Fall back, Higgins shouted, but his voice was swallowed by the roar of the jungle. In the chaos, they lost sight of each other. The fog consumed them, separating them into the darkness. Higgins could hear the panicked shouts of his men, but they were distant, as if coming from miles away. He spun around, trying to find his bearings, but there was nothing, no light, no sound, just the oppressive darkness. "Sergeant, Thompson, anyone," Higgins called out, but there was no response. He was alone, cut off from his men, the fog swirling around him like a living thing. Panic gripped him, but he forced it down, trying to stay calm, trying to think. But the jungle was relentless, and the whispers grew louder, more insistent, filling his mind with a torrent of voices. Leave this place." The words echoed in his head, a command he couldn't ignore. But how? How could he leave when he was lost in this endless maze? The ground trembled again, and Higgins stumbled, falling to his knees. The whispers intensified, and he felt a cold dread settle over him. And then he saw just at the edge of his vision, a shadow, moving through the fog. It was tall, impossibly tall, with long, spindly limbs that seemed to stretch forever. It moved silently, gliding through the fog, and Higgins felt a wave of terror unlike anything he'd ever known. He tried to move, to get to his feet, but his body wouldn't respond. He was frozen, paralyzed by the sight of the creature. It was coming closer, its eyes glowing in the darkness, burning into him. Higgins could feel its gaze, cold and unforgiving, and he knew, in that moment, that this was the end. But then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the shadow was gone. The fog began to lift, and the whispers faded, leaving only the sound of Higgins' ragged breathing. He was alone in the jungle, but the terror hadn't left him. The creature was still out there, watching, waiting. He staggered to his feet, his mind racing. He had to find his men, had to get them out of here before it was too late. But, as he looked around, he realized he had no idea where he was, or where they had gone. And then, in the distance, he heard a familiar voice, calling his name, Captain Higgins. It was faint, but it was there, and it filled him with a renewed sense of hope. He started towards the sound, moving as quickly as he could through the dense underbrush. The jungle was still, the fog dissipating, but the fear lingered, gnawing at the edges of his mind. He pushed on, the voice growing louder, more distinct. It was Sergeant Miller, he was sure of it. Higgins felt a surge of relief. He wasn't alone, not yet. "Sergeant, hold on, I'm coming," Higgins shouted, his voice breaking the eerie silence. But as he got closer, the voice began to change. It grew distorted, warped, and Higgins slowed, a sense of dread creeping over him. The voice wasn't right, it was too deep, too resonant, and it seemed to echo unnaturally through the trees. "Captain, come closer." Higgins stopped, his heart pounding. This wasn't Miller. Whatever was calling him, it wasn't human. "Captain." The voice was closer now, almost on top of him. and Higgins felt a cold chill run down his spine. He turned slowly, his rifle at the ready, and what he saw made his blood run cold. There, standing in the clearing, was a figure. It was tall, impossibly tall, with limbs that were too long, too thin. Its face was obscured by the shadows, but Higgins could see the eyes glowing red, burning with an unnatural light. "Leave this place." The voice came from the figure, a low, guttural growl that reverberated through the air. Higgins felt his knees go weak, his grip on the rifle slipping. And then the figure began to move, slowly at first, then faster, closing the distance between them with terrifying speed. Higgins fired his rifle, the shots echoing through the jungle, but the bullets passed through the figure as if it were made of smoke. It was on him in an instant, its cold, claw-like hands wrapping around his throat. Higgins gasped, struggling to breathe, his vision darkening. The last thing he saw before he blacked out was the figure's eyes, burning into his soul, searing him with a terror that he knew would never leave him. And then there was nothing. October 14, 1968. Dawn. Captain Higgins awoke with a jolt, the cold sweat clinging to his skin like a second layer. His heart pounded in his chest as his eyes adjusted to the dim light of dawn filtering through the thick canopy above. He was lying on the jungle floor, his body aching from the rough, uneven ground. For a moment, he couldn't remember where he was or what had happened, but then the memories came flooding back the jungle, the fog, the shadowy figure, and the terror that had gripped him in its icy claws. He sat up slowly, every muscle protesting in pain, and looked around. The jungle was still, eerily quiet, as if the entire world was holding its breath. There was no sign of his men, no sound of their voices, just the oppressive silence that seemed to close in on him from all sides. "Sergeant Miller, Thompson, anyone," Higgins called out, his voice hoarse, but there was no response, only the rustling of leaves in the faint breeze. The fog had lifted with the dawn, revealing a landscape that was both familiar and alien. The trees loomed overhead, their twisted branches reaching out like skeletal hands, and the underbrush was thick and tangled, making every step a struggle. Higgins pushed himself to his feet, his legs shaky but holding. He had to find his men, had to regroup and figure out a way to get out of this cursed place. The memories of the night before were still fresh in his mind, and he couldn't shake the feeling that they were being hunted, stalked by something far more dangerous than any enemy they had ever faced. He started walking, his movements slow and deliberate, trying to ignore the fear gnawing at the edges of his mind. Every shadow seemed to move, every rustle of leaves was a potential threat, and he could feel the weight of unseen eyes on him, watching, waiting, as he made his way through the dense jungle. The memories of the previous night began to blur, becoming less distinct, like a nightmare fading with the light of day. But the fear remained, a constant presence just below the surface, keeping him on edge, ready to react at the slightest hint of danger. After what felt like hours, Higgins stumbled upon a small clearing. The ground was littered with broken branches and trampled undergrowth, evidence that someone or something had passed through here recently. He knelt down, examining the tracks, and felt a glimmer of hope. These were military boots, the same as his own. His men had come this way. He followed the trail, moving as quickly as he could while still remaining cautious. The jungle was a labyrinth, each turn leading deeper into its depths, but Higgins kept his focus, determined to find his men and get them out of this hellish place. As he pushed through the thick foliage, he began to hear something, a faint, rhythmic thudding sound, like the beating of a drum. It was distant, almost imperceptible, but it was there, and it seemed to be coming from ahead. Higgins' heart raced as he pressed on, the sound growing louder with each step. It was an unnatural rhythm, out of sync with the usual noises of the jungle, and it sent a chill down his spine. He knew he should be cautious, but something compelled him to keep going, to find the source of the sound. Finally, he emerged into another clearing, this one larger and more open. In the center stood a massive, ancient tree, its gnarled roots twisting and coiling around the ground like the tendrils of some monstrous beast. And there, at the base of the tree, were his men. Sergeant Miller was the first to spot him, his face lighting up with relief as he called out, "Captain, over here." Higgins rushed over, his heart swelling with relief as he saw that most of his men were there, huddled together around the tree. But his relief was short-lived. Something was wrong. The men were pale, their eyes wide with fear, and they kept glancing nervously at the tree as if expecting it to come to life at any moment. "Captain, you have to see this," Miller said, his voice trembling. Higgins followed his gaze to the base of the tree, and his blood ran cold. There, etched into the bark, were symbols ancient, primitive markings that radiated a dark, malevolent energy. The symbols seemed to pulse, as if alive, and Higgins could feel a wave of nausea wash over him as he stared at them. "What the hell is this?" Higgins muttered, unable to tear his eyes away from the markings. "We don't know, sir," Thompson replied, his voice barely a whisper. "But it's not natural. We tried to leave, but it's like something's keeping us here." Higgins looked around, noticing for the first time the thick vines that had grown around the clearing, forming a barrier that seemed impossible to breach. The jungle had trapped them, ensnaring them in its twisted embrace, and Higgins could feel the walls closing in, the air growing thick with a sense of impending doom. "We need to get out of here," Higgins said, his voice firm despite the fear gnawing at him. "We can't stay in this place." But as they prepared to leave, the drumming sound grew louder, more insistent, and the ground beneath them began to tremble. The air was filled with the scent of decay, and Higgins felt a deep, primal fear take hold of him. The jungle was alive, and it was hungry. "Move, now," Higgins shouted, but it was too late. The ground erupted, roots and vines shooting up from the earth, wrapping around the men, pulling them down into the darkness. Higgins struggled, his rifle slipping from his grasp as he fought against the living jungle. He could hear the screams of his men, their voices drowned out by the deafening roar of the earth itself. And then, just as quickly as it had begun, the ground stilled. The jungle was silent once more, and Higgins found himself alone, lying on the cold, damp earth, the ancient tree looming above him. He tried to move, but his body refused to respond. The air was thick with the stench of death, and Higgins could feel the life draining from him. The last thing he saw before the darkness took him was the tree, its twisted branches reaching out like the arms of some ancient god, claiming him as its own. October 14th, 1968, midday. Captain Higgins awoke to the sensation of cold earth pressing against his cheek. His vision was blurry, and it took a few moments for him to realize that he was lying face down in the dirt. As he struggled to his feet, every bone in his body ached, as if the jungle itself had crushed him under its weight. The memories of the previous hours were fragmented, like shattered glass, each piece cutting into his consciousness. The clearing where the ancient tree stood was eerily quiet, the oppressive silence broken only by the distant calls of unseen creatures. The sky above was obscured by a thick canopy, allowing only faint shafts of light to penetrate the darkness below. The air was thick and heavy, filled with the damp smell of rotting vegetation and something else, something rancid, like decaying flesh. As Higgins steadied himself against the trunk of the tree, he noticed the absence of his men. The clearing was empty, save for him and the ancient tree that loomed over him like a sentinel. Panic began to rise in his chest as he called out, "Miller? Thompson? Anyone?" But there was no reply, only the hollow echo of his own voice. Higgins felt a cold dread settle over him as he realized that he was alone. His men were gone, swallowed by the jungle, and he was left to face the terror that lurked in the shadows. He tried to piece together the events that had led him here, but the memories were slippery, elusive, like trying to grasp smoke with his bare hands. The only clear image was that of the ancient tree and the sinister markings etched into its bark. The symbols seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, and Higgins could still feel the nauseating pull of their dark power. Taking a deep breath, Higgins forced himself to move. He couldn't stay here, he had to find his men, or, at the very least, find a way out of this accursed place. The jungle was a labyrinth, but Higgins had been trained to navigate even the most treacherous terrain. He just needed to keep his wits about him. He took a few steps away from the tree, careful to avoid the twisted roots that snaked across the ground like coiled serpents. As he did, the jungle seemed to close in around him, the shadows growing longer, darker, as if the forest itself were watching him, waiting for him to make a wrong move. The drumming sound from earlier was gone, replaced by a low, constant hum that seemed to vibrate in the very air. It was disorienting, and Higgins found himself glancing over his shoulder repeatedly, convinced that something was following him, lurking just out of sight. As he made his way deeper into the jungle, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. The trees seemed to lean in closer, their branches reaching out like skeletal hands, and the underbrush rustled with unseen movement. Higgins could hear the whispers again, faint and indistinct, like the voices of the dead carried on the wind. He paused, trying to make sense of the sounds, but they were too faint, too fragmented. It was as if the jungle itself was speaking to him, in a language he couldn't understand, the language of the dead, of those who had perished in this cursed place and whose spirits now roamed the shadows. The air grew colder as Higgins pressed on, his breath visible in the frigid air. The temperature drop was unnatural, and he could feel the chill seeping into his bones, making his movements slow and clumsy. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, and Higgins began to feel a rising sense of dread. Suddenly, he heard a rustling in the bushes ahead. He froze, his heart pounding in his chest as he raised his rifle, ready to fire. The sound grew louder, closer, and Higgins could see the underbrush parting as something moved through it. He took a step back, his finger on the trigger, his breath coming in ragged gasps, and then, from the darkness, a figure emerged, a man, staggering towards him, his uniform tattered and covered in mud. Higgins recognized him instantly. It was Private Dawson, one of his missing men. Relief washed over him, and he lowered his rifle. "Dawson, thank God. I thought you were E." Higgins began, but his words caught in his throat as Dawson drew closer. There was something wrong with him. His movements were jerky, unnatural, as if he were being pulled along by invisible strings. His eyes were wide, unblinking, and his skin was pale, almost translucent. And then Higgins saw the blood-thick, dark blood that oozed from a deep gash across Dawson's throat, staining his uniform and dripping onto the ground. Higgins stepped back in horror, his mind refusing to accept what he was seeing. Dawson should have been dead. No one could survive a wound like that. But here he was, standing before him, moving closer, his eyes locked on Higgins with a vacant, soulless stare. "Dawson," Higgins whispered, his voice trembling. But Dawson didn't respond. Instead, he opened his mouth, and a low, guttural moan escaped his lips, a sound that was not entirely human. Higgins could see the raw, torn flesh of Dawson's throat as he tried to speak, but the words were garbled, choked by the blood that filled his mouth. Panic surged through Higgins, and he stumbled backward, his mind racing. This wasn't possible, it couldn't be real. But the sight of Dawson's mangled body, the sound of his labored breathing, and the smell of death that clung to him told Higgins otherwise. Without thinking, Higgins raised his rifle and fired. The shot rang out in the stillness of the jungle, echoing through the trees. Dawson's body jerked as the bullet struck him, but he didn't fall. Instead, he continued to stagger forward, his dead eyes locked on Higgins. Higgins fired again and again, each shot hitting its mark, but it was as if Dawson was immune to the bullets. His body convulsed with each impact, but he kept coming, his movements growing more erratic, more frenzied, as if driven by some unseen force. "Stay back! Stay the hell back!" Higgins screamed, but it was no use. Dawson lunged at him, his arms outstretched, his fingers clawing at the air. Higgins felt a cold, clammy hand close around his wrist, and he yanked it away, the strength of the grip far beyond what should have been possible for a dead man. In a blind panic, Higgins turned and ran, crashing through the underbrush, the branches and vines tearing at his clothes and skin. He could hear Dawson behind him, the sound of his footsteps growing louder, closer, as he pursued him through the jungle. The whispers in the air grew louder, more frantic, as if the spirits of the jungle were urging him on, pushing him to run faster, to escape the clutches of the dead that had risen to claim him. Higgins' breath came in ragged gasps, his lungs burning, but he didn't dare stop, didn't dare look back. He could feel the darkness closing in around him, the jungle swallowing him whole, and he knew that if he stopped, if he let the fear consume him, he would be lost, just another soul claimed by the haunted wilderness. But then, just as suddenly as the chase had begun, the sounds behind him ceased. Higgins slowed to a stop, his chest heaving as he tried to catch his breath. The jungle was still once more, the whispers fading into the background, the cold air lifting slightly. He turned slowly, half expecting to see Dawson still following him, but there was nothing, only the dense foliage and the shadows that lurked within it. The terror that had gripped him began to ebb, replaced by a deep, knowing unease. What the hell was happening here? Higgins wondered, his mind reeling. Was this some kind of nightmare, a hallucination brought on by the horrors of the war? Or was it something far more sinister, something beyond the realm of the living? As he stood there, trying to make sense of the madness, a faint sound reached his ears, a distant, rhythmic drumming, like the beating of a heart. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there, pulsing through the air like a dark omen. Higgins knew he couldn't stay here. He had to find his men, or, at the very least, find a way out of this cursed jungle before it claimed him to. The whispers in the air were a constant reminder that the jungle was alive, that it was watching him, waiting for him to slip up. With a deep breath, Higgins steeled himself and continued his journey, each step taking him deeper into the heart of darkness, where the line between the living and the dead was blurred, and where the shadows held secrets that no man should ever uncover. October 14th, 1968. Late afternoon. The jungle was suffocating. The dense, green canopy overhead blocked out the sun, casting long shadows across the jungle floor. Captain Higgins, exhausted and on the brink of collapse, stumbled forward, his vision blurred, his mind barely holding onto sanity. The whispers, once faint and distant, now filled his head, an incessant chorus of unintelligible voices that clawed at his mind. He had been walking for hours, or maybe days, it was impossible to tell. Time had lost all meaning in this accursed place. His once pristine uniform was now in tatters, soaked with sweat, blood, and mud. Every muscle in his body screamed for rest, but he knew that if he stopped, even for a moment, the jungle would claim him. The rhythmic drumming that had haunted him since he first entered the jungle had grown louder, more insistent. It was no longer just a background noise, but a pulse that echoed through his very bones. It seemed to come from all around him, yet no matter which direction he turned, he could never pinpoint its source. As he pressed on, the jungle seemed to shift and change around him. The trees appeared to close in, their twisted trunks forming unnatural shapes, and the underbrush rustled with the movement of unseen creatures. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and the ground beneath his feet was soft, almost as if it were alive. Higgins' mind was a maelstrom of fear, confusion, and despair. The horrors he had witnessed, Dawson's mangled corpse, the spectral figures that stalked him had shattered his grip on reality. He could no longer distinguish between what was real and what was a product of his tormented mind. But through it all, one thought remained clear. He had to find his men. They were out there somewhere, lost in the jungle, just like him, and it was his duty as their captain to bring them back. He clung to this thought, using it as a lifeline to pull himself through the madness. As the day wore on, the jungle grew darker, the shadows deepening into an impenetrable blackness. The whispers became more aggressive, more coherent, as if they were speaking directly to him, calling his name, urging him to give in to the darkness. Higgins tried to shut them out, to focus on the mission, but it was becoming increasingly difficult. Finally, he emerged into a small clearing, and what he saw froze him in his tracks. Before him stood a massive stone structure, ancient and covered in vines and moss. It was a temple, or what remained of one, its walls crumbling and its entrance partially collapsed. The drumming was loudest here, reverberating through the air like a heartbeat. Higgins could feel it in his chest, a deep, resonant thrum that seemed to match the rhythm of his own heart. The temple exuded an aura of malevolence, as if it were a living entity, watching him, waiting for him to make a move. The entrance was dark, a gaping maw that seemed to swallow the light, and from within came a low, rumbling sound, like the growl of a great beast. Higgins knew he had no choice. Whatever answers he sought, whatever fate awaited him, lay within that temple. He took a deep breath and stepped forward, his boots sinking into the soft earth as he approached the entrance. The air grew colder as he crossed the threshold, the darkness closing in around him like a shroud. The walls of the temple were covered in the same strange markings he had seen on the ancient tree, and as he ran his fingers over them, he felt a pulse of energy, like an electric shock that sent a jolt up his arm. The interior of the temple was vast, the ceiling disappearing into the darkness above. The walls were lined with ancient statues, their faces twisted into expressions of agony and despair. At the far end of the chamber stood an altar, upon which laid the bodies of his men Miller, Thompson, Dawson, and the others. They were laid out in a circle, their lifeless eyes staring up at the ceiling, their bodies twisted and broken. Higgins fell to his knees, a cry of anguish escaping his lips. His men were dead, their bodies desecrated, sacrificed to some ancient, unknowable force. He had failed them, and now they were lost to him forever. As he knelt there, consumed by grief and guilt, the drumming grew louder, more frantic. The air around him seemed to vibrate, and the shadows on the walls began to move, shifting and coalescing into dark, humanoid shapes. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, and Higgins could feel his sanity slipping away. He looked up at the altar, and his blood ran cold. The shadows were converging on the bodies of his men, their dark, featureless forms bending over them, their hands reaching out to touch the lifeless flesh. As they did, the bodies began to twitch and convulse, as if being reanimated by some unholy force. Higgins watched in horror as his men began to rise, their movements jerky and unnatural, their eyes glowing with a sickly, pale light. They turned to face him, their mouths opening in unison to release a low, guttural moan that echoed through the chamber. "Captain, help us." The voice was not their own. It was something else, something ancient and malevolent, speaking through them, mocking him, taunting him with his failure. Higgins stumbled back, his mind reeling, his body trembling with fear. The reanimated soldiers began to move towards him, their steps slow and deliberate, their eyes locked on him with an intensity that burned into his soul. Higgins wanted to run, to escape this nightmare, but his legs refused to move. He was frozen, trapped in a waking nightmare with no escape. As they closed in on him, the drumming reached a fever pitch, and the temple walls began to shake, dust and debris raining down from the ceiling. The shadows grew darker, thicker, wrapping around Higgins like tendrils, pulling him towards the altar. He struggled, fought against the unseen force that held him, but it was no use. The shadows were too strong, too powerful. They lifted him off the ground, dragging him towards the altar where his men waited, their eyes glowing with that unnatural light. The last thing Higgins saw before the darkness consumed him was the twisted, grinning face of the ancient statue that stood behind the altar. Its eyes glowed with the same pale light as his men's, and its mouth opened to release a deafening, inhuman roar that shook the very foundations of the temple. And then there was nothing, only darkness, and the sound of the drumming, fading into the distance as Captain Higgins was swallowed by the shadows, lost forever to the jungle and the ancient evil that dwelled within. Weeks later, a search party was sent to find Captain Higgins and his men. They scoured the jungle for days, but found no trace of the soldiers or the ancient temple that had claimed them. The jungle was vast, impenetrable, and it seemed to swallow all who dared to enter. The mission was officially listed as a failure, The men presumed dead. Their bodies never recovered. But those who had heard the whispers, who had ventured into the heart of the jungle, knew the truth. The jungle was alive, haunted by the spirits of the dead, and it would continue to claim the souls of those who dared to disturb its ancient, malevolent secrets. And somewhere, deep within the jungle, the drumming continued, a constant reminder that the past never truly dies, and that some evils are eternal. Let me tell you, son, this isn't something I've ever shared lightly. My grandfather began, his eyes narrowing as the memories flooded back. The names I'll mention are made up, but the story is as real as the jungle itself. Back in '67, when I was stationed in Vietnam, we got a mission that would haunt us all. We were a small unit tasked with something that seemed simple at first: investigate the crash site of a downed A1 Skyraider, check for any survivors, and if the pilot was dead, recover the body. 3 checkpoints, 3 locations to cover deep in the jungle. It was supposed to be routine, but nothing about Vietnam was ever routine, especially when the jungle started whispering things that made no sense. Captain Harris, our commander, briefed us at dawn. We were to patrol the jungle, locate the crash, and report back. Intelligence indicated enemy activity was light, but we knew better than to trust reports. We were deep in enemy territory, and the jungle wasn't just a natural barrier, it was a living, breathing nightmare. The forest man, it was thick, damp, and filled with sounds that didn't belong to anything we could see. The kind of place where your senses deceive you, and the darkness feels alive. Our first checkpoint was a small clearing a couple of clicks in. The air was heavy, and the deeper we went, the more unnatural the forest felt. It wasn't the wildlife that was wrong, it was the silence. Birds stopped calling. The wind no longer rustled the leaves. Even the insects seemed to hold their breath as we moved. Private Mac McAllister, one of the newer guys, kept glancing around nervously. "You feel that?" he whispered. "Like something's watching us." I felt it too, but as soldiers, we ignored those feelings and kept our eyes on the mission. We reached the clearing without incident, but the silence, it was louder than any battle we'd been in. Then, just as we were about to move forward, we saw it. A figure, barely visible, standing at the tree line. At first, I thought it was one of ours until I realized the uniform wasn't right. Old, faded, and the figure, it wasn't moving, not breathing. Harris raised his hand, signaling us to stop. "Who goes there?" he called out. No response. The figure just stood there, staring, or at least it felt like it was staring, though we couldn't see its face. "Check it out, Langston," Harris said, motioning to me. I approached cautiously, but by the time I got close enough, the figure was gone, vanished into thin air. There were no footsteps, no rustling bushes. It was like it had never been there. Shaken, we pressed onto the second checkpoint. This one was deeper in, near an abandoned enemy outpost. Command had said it was cleared out weeks ago, but when we arrived, it didn't feel abandoned. The jungle had reclaimed most of the camp vines crawling over sandbags, rusting weapons scattered like fallen leaves, but something was off. "Mac, you take point," Harris ordered, and we moved in slowly, weapons ready. Inside the outpost, it felt colder, unnaturally so. Then we found it a small hut at the center of the camp, untouched by decay. Inside, the stench of death hit us like a wall. It wasn't just the enemy soldiers who had died there, something else lingered. Corporal Davis found what looked like old, blood-stained uniforms piled in the corner. "These don't look like VC uniforms," he muttered. "They weren't. They were ours. But they were too old, as if they'd been sitting there for decades, forgotten." That's when we heard a low, guttural moan from somewhere deeper in the jungle. It was distant, yet it reverberated through the trees, sending a chill down our spines. "We need to move," Harris said, his voice slower now, almost as if he didn't want to disturb whatever was out there. We packed up and moved on, the sound of that moan following us like a ghostly echo. By the time we reached the final checkpoint, the crash site of the Sky Raider, the sun was setting. The wreckage lay scattered across a small hill, the plane's body twisted and burned. We found the pilot still strapped into his seat, but it wasn't just the crash that had killed him. His face was frozen in terror, eyes wide open, staring at something we couldn't see. "We have to get him out of here," Harris said, but just as we started moving, the temperature dropped sharply. The jungle came alive again, but not with the sounds of animals. It was whispers, voices in the wind, speaking in a language none of us could understand. And then we saw them, figures in the trees, pale, faceless, moving silently among the branches. They didn't make a sound, but we could feel their eyes on us, feel their presence closing in. We tried to move, but it was like walking through thick mud. Something was pulling us down, slowing us. Mac turned to me, his face pale as a sheet. "We're not getting out of here, man." But we did. Eventually, somehow, we made it back to base with the pilot's body. But we were never the same. Whatever we saw out there, it stayed with us. Even now, decades later, I still see those figures when I close my eyes. "You know, the jungle's a tricky thing," my grandfather continued, his voice lowering as if he was reliving every moment. "It's not just the heat and the constant dampness, but the way it plays with your mind. We were trained to fight men, but out there we weren't alone." After that strange encounter with the faceless figures and the haunting moan back at the abandoned outpost, we didn't have much time to process it. Captain Harris was determined to bring the body of the fallen pilot back, no matter what. But something had shifted within the unit. There was an unspoken fear that crept in, and none of us could shake it. The jungle seemed alive, not in the way a forest should be, but as if it had eyes, watching our every move. The trees whispered in languages that weren't our own, their branches reaching out like twisted arms. It felt like we were walking deeper into something ancient, something that had been there long before the war, before man ever set foot on this cursed land. Private McAllister, Mac, the youngest in our group, kept looking around nervously. "It's like the jungle's breathing," he whispered to me, his voice shaking. "Like it's waiting for something." I wanted to tell him he was just imagining things, but truth was, I felt it too. Each step we took deeper into the jungle, the more the air seemed to thicken with an oppressive weight. The forest floor was soft beneath our boots, almost like it was swallowing us whole with every step. The path to the crash site was getting harder to follow, not because we didn't know the way, but because the jungle was actively resisting us, pushing back with every footfall. We pressed forward, navigating through the thick underbrush. By late afternoon, the sunlight had barely penetrated the canopy, leaving us in near darkness, even though it wasn't yet night. That's when the whispers started again, soft at first, like the wind stirring the leaves, but soon they grew louder, and unmistakably human. "They're watching us again," Mac muttered, clutching his rifle tighter. He wasn't the only one. Private Stevens and Corporal Davis were glancing over their shoulders, their eyes wide with terror. "No talking," Harris barked, trying to maintain order. But even he was on edge, his hand twitching on the trigger of his M16. "We're almost there." Suddenly, a rustling in the trees made us all freeze. We scanned the surroundings, rifles raised, but saw nothing. It was then that I noticed something strange. The jungle was too quiet. No birds, no insects, just the heavy sound of our own breathing and the heartbeat of the forest. "Langston, check the perimeter," Harris ordered. I moved forward cautiously, circling the area. But there was nothing, at least nothing I could see. Just the suffocating sense that something or someone was watching us. We reached the second location at twilight. It was supposed to be an old enemy supply base, long since abandoned. But, as we approached, it didn't look like the jungle had reclaimed it. No overgrown vegetation, no signs of decay. It was as if time had stopped here. The place was eerie. Old tents stood in perfect condition. Weapons lay scattered as though dropped in a hurry, but there were no bodies, no signs of a struggle. It was as if the enemy had simply vanished. We split into 2 teams to search the camp. Mac and I headed towards what looked like the command tent. Inside, everything was untouched: maps on the table, rations still unopened, a radio that looked like it could spring to life at any moment. But there was something off about it all, a feeling that, whatever had happened here, it wasn't done yet. Then, as Mac was rummaging through a supply crate, he stopped cold. His face went pale. Langston, look. I turned to see what he was pointing at. Inside the crate were dog tags, American dog tags, but they were old, far older than anything from our time here. They were rusted and covered in dirt, the names unreadable. But there was something else to blood. Fresh blood. Mac, we need to get out of here, I said, my voice barely a whisper. But before we could move, the radio crackled to life. At first, it was static, but then a voice came through. It was faint, almost like a whisper. You shouldn't be here. Before we could react, the air around us grew colder, and we heard the soft crunch of footsteps outside. I raised my rifle, signaling Mac to be ready. We stepped out of the tent cautiously, only to see shadows moving through the trees. Figures, like the ones we had seen earlier, but this time there were more of them, pale, faceless, and drifting silently among the branches. The others had gathered in the center of the camp, Harris included, and they were staring at the figures too, as if hypnotized. No one spoke. No one moved. It was like we were all frozen in time. And then one of the figures stepped out of the shadows. It was close now, close enough that we could see its outline clearly. It didn't walk, it floated, moving unnaturally towards us. I could feel its eyes, if it even had any, boring into my skull. Langston, Mac shouted, snapping me out of my trance. We gotta move, but just as we turned to run, the figure raised an arm, pointing directly at us. A deep, echoing voice filled the air, though the figure's mouth never moved. You've seen too much. Harris ordered a retreat, and we ran, through the trees, through the darkness, and through the suffocating silence. But the whispers followed us, the figures followed us. We didn't stop until we reached a small stream, the water rushing loudly enough to drown out the voices. We regrouped, panting, our nerves shot, but we weren't safe. The figures were still out there, lurking just beyond the tree line, waiting. We're not alone in this jungle, Harris said, his voice barely above a whisper. And whatever they are, they don't want us to leave. My grandfather's voice wavered slightly as he continued, eyes distant with memory. We thought we'd escaped, he said, but you can't outrun something that's not of this world. The jungle doesn't forget, and neither do the things that roam it. After that retreat from the strange, abandoned base, the entire squad was shaken. Captain Harris called for a halt near the stream we found, hoping the water would somehow offer us some protection, but no one truly believed we were safe. There was a heaviness in the air, a sense that something had been disturbed. Corporal Davis, usually the most level-headed among us, had gone quiet. His face was pale, and his hands trembled slightly as he kept his rifle at the ready. Cap, he finally said, breaking the uneasy silence, we should head back. There's no completing this mission. That place wasn't right. It wasn't human. Harris was torn. We still had orders to retrieve the pilot's body. But the more we pressed on, the more it felt like we were moving deeper into a trap. We stay on mission, Harris said firmly, though his eyes betrayed his doubt. We're not going back empty-handed. We'll make for the crash site at dawn. As night descended, the jungle's oppressive presence only seemed to grow. The moon was high, casting eerie shadows through the trees. Every crack of a twig, every rustle of leaves sent chills down our spines. Private McAllister, Mac, was on edge. He kept looking over his shoulder, mumbling to himself about the figures we'd seen. They're still out there, he muttered, watching, waiting. I tried to calm him down. Mac, it's the jungle. It messes with your head. We'll get out of here soon. But even as I said the words, I didn't believe them. The jungle was alive in ways I couldn't explain. It was more than just the usual dangers of the environment. There was something supernatural at work, something old and malevolent. At around midnight, the first sign of them appeared again. It started with a whisper, faint at first, like the rustling of leaves in the wind. But it grew louder, until it was unmistakably human voices. Voices that shouldn't have been there. "They're back," Mac whispered, his eyes wide with fear. We all heard it, the same haunting whispers that had followed us from the enemy base. And then we saw them again. The faceless figures, drifting silently among the trees, just beyond the edge of our campfire light. Private Stevens, his nerves frayed beyond breaking, raised his rifle. "Stay back," he shouted, firing into the trees. The gunshots echoed through the jungle, but the figures didn't react. They kept moving toward us, slowly and deliberately. "Hold your fire," Harris commanded, but Stevens was beyond reason. He kept shooting, his hands shaking, until Harris tackled him to the ground, trying to snap him out of it. The figures stopped at the edge of the clearing, watching us, or at least, we thought they were watching. Their faces, smooth and featureless, made it impossible to tell. They didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there, waiting. Suddenly, the whispers stopped, replaced by a deep, echoing voice that filled the air. It was coming from one of the figures, though its mouth didn't move. "Why have you come here?" the voice asked, sending a chill down my spine. It wasn't a question meant for an answer. It was an accusation. We all froze, unsure of what to do. Harris stood up, his hand on his rifle, though we all knew bullets wouldn't help us here. "We're just here to bring our man home," Harris said, his voice steady despite the fear that gripped him. The figure tilted its head, as if considering Harris' words. Then, the voice spoke again. "He is not yours to take." A cold wind swept through the camp, making the fire flicker. The temperature dropped, and a sense of overwhelming dread filled the air. "Cap," I whispered, "we need to leave, now." But Harris was still focused on the figure. "We're taking him back," he said firmly. The figure raised an arm, pointing to the trees behind us. Slowly, almost as if they were being pulled by invisible strings, the other faceless figures began to move, drifting toward the jungle, leading us away. "They want us to follow," Mac whispered, his voice barely audible. "But where?" We followed them. It wasn't a choice. Something compelled us to move forward, deeper into the jungle. The figures led us in silence, their presence both guiding and threatening. The whispers had returned, though they were faint now, almost like an unsettling background hum. After what felt like hours, we finally reached the crash site. The A1 Sky Raider lay crumpled in the middle of a clearing, its wings bent and broken, the once formidable machine now a twisted wreck. But what caught our attention wasn't the plane, it was the bodies. Scattered around the crash site were the remains of soldiers, American soldiers. But they weren't recent. Their uniforms rolled, torn, and covered in dirt. Their faces were frozen in expressions of terror. Eyes wide open, staring at nothing. Corporal Davis stepped forward, his face pale. These are from a different war," he whispered, kneeling down beside one of the bodies. "World War II. How is this possible?" Before anyone could answer, a low moan filled the air, coming from the wreckage. We turned as one, rifles raised, and there, standing at the edge of the crash site, was the pilot. His flight suit was torn, his face covered in blood, but his eyes were filled with a hollow, otherworldly emptiness. "You shouldn't have come here," he rasped, his voice echoing unnaturally. "None of us were meant to leave." My grandfather paused for a moment, his gaze lost in the flicker of the dim fire before him. He took a deep breath and continued, his voice low and filled with a mix of fear and wonder. "That night in the jungle, none of us were the same after it. What we encountered at that crash site, it was beyond anything we could have imagined." The pilot stood before us, his figure illuminated by the moonlight that filtered through the dense canopy above. His presence chilled the air around us, and even though he appeared human, there was something deeply unnatural about him. His eyes, hollow and void of life, bored into each of us. We're here to bring you home, Captain Harris said cautiously, stepping forward. But the pilot simply shook his head, his blooded face expressionless. You don't understand, the pilot rasped, his voice distorted, as if coming from the depths of the earth. I was never meant to return. None of us were. The jungle seemed to close in around us, the dense trees and vines now feeling like the walls of a living, breathing entity. The whispers we had heard earlier grew louder, swirling in the air around us, making it difficult to think, to focus. You shouldn't have followed, the pilot continued, his words cutting through the growing noise. This place, it's a prison. For us, for anyone who dares to enter. Private McAllister, or Mac, was trembling now, clutching his rifle tightly. Cap, we need to get out of here. Now, there's no mission worth this. But Harris didn't move. We can't leave him, he said, more to himself than to any of us. We can't just leave him here. The pilot, his figure still and almost statuesque, raised a hand, pointing toward the dense forest that lay beyond the clearing. You'll never make it out if you stay, he said, his voice no longer filled with menace, but with a deep, resigned sorrow. This place has already claimed you. Corporal Davis spoke up, his voice shaking. What are you talking about? Claimed us, we're still alive. The pilot turned to Davis, his hollow eyes filled with an unsettling calm. You think you're alive, he said, but this jungle, it's not what it seems. Time doesn't pass here as you think it does. Those who enter become part of it. A chilling realization dawned on me as the pilot's words sunk in. I looked around the crash site, the rotting uniforms, the skeletal remains of soldiers from decades past, and it hit me. These weren't just men who had died here. They were men who had been lost in time, trapped in this cursed jungle, doomed to wander forever. Harris, ever the pragmatic leader, wasn't ready to give in to the fear that was overtaking the rest of us. This is just jungle madness, he muttered. It's all in our heads. We're getting out of here, and we're bringing the pilot with us. But the pilot took a step forward, his expression grim. You can't take me with you, he said softly, because I've never left. I died here years ago, and so will you. Mac began to panic, backing away from the group. No, this isn't real, he stammered. We can't all be dead, we just got here. But deep down, we all felt it, the heaviness in the air, the oppressive grip of the jungle. It wasn't just the environment. It was something supernatural, something that defied the laws of reality. Captain Harris, though shaken, was still trying to maintain control. We're leaving, he said firmly, turning to the rest of us. We're not sticking around to find out what happens if we don't. The pilot's expression didn't change, but his figure began to fade, as if dissolving into the very air around us. You can try, he said, his voice echoing in the darkness. But the jungle doesn't let go so easily. With that, he was gone, leaving us standing in the clearing, the wreckage of the A1 Sky Raider looming over us like a tombstone. The jungle around us seemed to shift, the shadows growing darker, the air growing thicker. We're moving out, Harris ordered, his voice tight with fear. Now! We quickly gathered our gear, our eyes darting around, wary of any movement in the trees. The jungle, once so full of life and noise, was now deathly silent. Even the insects had stopped chirping, as if they, too, were holding their breath. As we retraced our steps through the jungle, the whispers followed us. They weren't as loud as before, but they were there, always just on the edge of hearing, like a constant reminder that we weren't alone. Private Stevens, who had been quiet for most of the mission, suddenly spoke up. I don't think we're going the right way, he said, his voice shaky. We're following the same path we took in, Harris said, though his tone was less certain now. But Stevens was right. The jungle didn't look the same. The landmarks we had passed earlier, the stream, the rocky outcrop, were gone, replaced by an unfamiliar stretch of dense foliage. We're lost, Mac said, his voice filled with panic. We're trapped. The realization hit us all at once. The jungle had shifted. We weren't going to make it out. The whispers grew louder. almost mocking us now, and the faceless figures we had seen before began to appear again, darting between the trees. "They're here," Davis whispered, his eyes wide with terror. "They're watching us." We pushed on, moving faster now, our desperation growing with each step. But no matter how far we went, it felt like we were getting nowhere. The trees closed in around us, the path ahead becoming more and more difficult to see. And then, out of the darkness, came the voice of the pilot once again. "You can't leave," it echoed, carried on the wind. "None of us can." We moved quickly, pushing through the dense underbrush, the whispers all around us growing louder, more insistent. It was like the jungle itself was speaking, its voice carried on the wind, taunting us. The pilot warned us, Private Mac whispered, his eyes wide with fear. He said we wouldn't make it out. "Shut up, Mac," Captain Harris barked, though his voice lacked its usual authority. We all knew he was scared, just like the rest of us, but what choice did we have? We couldn't stay in that clearing. With the crash site and the ghosts of dead soldiers haunting us, we had to keep moving. But no matter how far we went, it felt like we were walking in circles. The jungle closed in around us, the trees growing thicker, the path more treacherous. Every step felt like a struggle, as though the very earth beneath our feet was trying to pull us down, to claim us as its own. It was Corporal Davis who saw at first a clearing up ahead, just visible through the tangled vines and foliage. "There," he shouted, his voice tinged with relief. "Maybe that's the way out." We hurried forward, the hope of escape quickening our pace. But, as we burst into the clearing, that hope quickly died. It wasn't a way out, it was another graveyard. There, in the center of the clearing, stood the wreckage of another plane and A-1 Sky Raider, just like the one we had found earlier. But this one was older, the metal rusted and corroded, the markings on its side faded with age, and lying scattered around the wreckage were bodies. Dozens of them, all in various states of decay. Some were little more than skeletons, their bones bleached white by the sun. Others were more recent, their flesh still clinging to their bones, their eyes staring sightlessly up at the sky. "This can't be real," Stevens muttered, his voice trembling. "This can't be happening," but it was real, all too real. And then, just as we had feared, the figures began to appear. At first, they were just shadows, moving through the trees at the edge of the clearing. But as they drew closer, we could see them more clearly, men in tattered uniforms, their faces gaunt and pale, their eyes hollow and empty. "Back away," Captain Harris ordered, his voice barely above a whisper. Everyone back away. But it was too late. The ghosts were all around us now, closing in, their expressions blank, their movements slow and deliberate. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. Their presence alone was enough to chill us to the bone. One of them, a man with half his face missing, stepped forward, his hand reaching out toward Harris. The captain backed away, his eyes wide with terror. "Stay back," he shouted, his voice shaking. "Stay the hell away from me." But the ghost didn't stop. It kept coming, its hand outstretched, its eyes locked on Harris. Private Mac screamed and bolted into the jungle, vanishing into the darkness without a second thought. The rest of us were frozen in place, too terrified to move. Harris stumbled back, his feet catching on a vine, sending him tumbling to the ground. "They don't want us here," Corporal Davis whispered, his voice barely audible. "We have to go. We have to get out of here." But there was nowhere to go. The jungle had swallowed us whole, and there was no escape. The whispers grew louder, swirling around us, mingling with the moans of the ghosts as they closed in. I don't know what came over me in that moment. Maybe it was the realization that we were doomed, that there was no way out of that cursed place. Or maybe it was just sheer desperation. But I ran. I ran as fast as I could, plunging into the jungle, my heart pounding in my chest, the branches and vines tearing at my skin. Behind me, I could hear the others following, their footsteps crashing through the underbrush, their breathing ragged and panicked. The ghosts were still behind us. I could feel them, their cold, dead hands reaching out, trying to drag us back into the graveyard. But, as we ran, something strange happened. The jungle began to change around us. The trees grew taller, their trunks twisting and contorting into unnatural shapes. The air grew thick and heavy, the temperature dropping sharply, making every breath feel like ice in my lungs. And then, out of nowhere, we were back at the crash site. Not the graveyard, but the original site where we had found the first Sky Raider. Harris stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes wide with disbelief. How did we end up back here? It didn't make sense. We had been running in a straight line, away from the crash site. But somehow, the jungle had brought us back. It was as if the forest itself was playing with us, leading us in circles, keeping us trapped in its nightmarish embrace. We're never getting out of here, Stevens whispered, his voice trembling with fear. We're going to die here. But Harris wasn't ready to give up just yet. No, he said firmly, his voice hard. We're getting out. We just need to keep moving. There has to be a way out of this goddamn jungle. As we stood there, trying to figure out our next move, the air grew still. The whispers faded, replaced by an eerie silence that seemed to stretch on forever. And then, out of the darkness, we heard a voice, faint and distant, calling out from somewhere deep in the jungle. It was Mac. Help me. His voice echoed through the trees, filled with panic. Please, someone help me. Without thinking, Harris turned and ran toward the sound, his flashlight cutting through the darkness. We have to find him, he called over his shoulder. We can't leave him behind, but I hesitated. Something about the voice didn't seem right. It was Mac, but there was something off, something wrong, and then, I saw it, just beyond the crash site, in the shadows, a figure was standing. It wasn't Mac, it was the pilot, watching us with those same hollow, lifeless eyes. We need to go, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Now, but Harris didn't listen. He kept running toward the voice, disappearing into the jungle. Captain Harris had disappeared into the darkness, chasing after Mac's voice, but something was wrong. I knew it wasn't him. My gut screamed that the voice luring Harris deeper into the jungle wasn't Mac at all. It was something far worse, something that had taken on the guise of our friend. Stevens and I exchanged a look. We can't let him go in there alone, he said, gripping his rifle tightly, though the fear was evident in his eyes. I nodded, though every fiber of my being told me to turn and run in the opposite direction. But we couldn't leave Harris. Not like this. We followed the captain's fading light, the jungle seeming to grow denser with each step. The vines twisted around our legs, the air thickening with every breath we took. The whispers returned, louder now, as if the jungle itself was laughing at our futile attempts to escape. And then we saw him, Captain Harris, standing stock still in the middle of a clearing. His flashlight lay on the ground at his feet, flickering weakly. He was staring at something in the distance, his eyes wide and vacant, as though he was in a trance. Captain, Stevens shouted, but Harris didn't respond. We approached cautiously, the hair on the back of my neck standing on end. I could feel the presence all around us, the ghosts watching from the shadows, waiting. And then I saw what Harris was staring at. It was Mac, or something that looked like him. Mac stood at the edge of the clearing, his face pale, his body rigid. But his eyes, those weren't the eyes of the man we had known. They were black, hollow, like deep wells of nothingness. He raised a hand slowly, beckoning us forward. Harris, I whispered, but it was too late. Harris took a step forward, his face slack, as if he had no control over his body. Stevens grabbed his arm, trying to pull him back, but Harris jerked away violently, his eyes glazed over with a glassy, distant look. He's gone, Stevens muttered under his breath, his voice shaking. We need to get out of here. But before we could move, Mac, or whatever that thing was, began to speak. His voice was low and guttural, as if it were coming from deep within the earth. You shouldn't have come here, the thing said, its voice rasping like dead leaves. This place belongs to the dead. Suddenly, The ground beneath us began to tremble. The trees swayed violently, their branches cracking and snapping like bones breaking in the silence. The air grew thick with the stench of decay, and the whispers around us became a cacophony of screams. We stumbled backward, barely able to keep our footing as the earth itself seemed to heave and shift. And then, one by one, they began to emerge figures, pale and emaciated, rising from the ground like corpses crawling from their graves. Their eyes were hollow, their mouths hanging open in silent screams. Stevens panicked. "We have to go, now!" But there was nowhere to go. The jungle had swallowed us whole, and the dead were all around us, closing in. I grabbed Harris, shaking him violently, trying to snap him out of whatever trance he was in. "Harris, snap out of it!" But it was no use. His eyes were fixed on Mac's ghostly figure, his mind lost to the jungle's grip. In a moment of desperation, I did the only thing I could think of. I fired my rifle. The shot rang out, echoing through the trees, and for a brief moment, the jungle seemed to stop, as if holding its breath. The shot snapped Harris out of his trance, and he blinked, his eyes clearing as he looked around in confusion. What happened?" He stammered, his voice weak. "No time," I shouted, grabbing his arm and pulling him back toward the trees. "We need to move." The dead were still closing in, their movements slow but relentless. We ran, the sound of their shuffling feet and the whispers of the jungle chasing us through the darkness. It felt like we were running for hours, the jungle twisting and turning around us, leading us deeper into its heart. But eventually, the trees began to thin, the oppressive weight of the jungle lifting just slightly. We burst out into a clearing, gasping for air. The sky above us streaked with the first light of dawn. We didn't stop running until we reached the extraction point. The rest of the squad was waiting, their faces etched with concern as they saw the state we were in. "What the hell happened out there?" one of them asked, but we couldn't explain it. How could we? How could we tell them about the ghosts, about the jungle that was alive with the dead, about the things we had seen? Harris was silent, his face pale as he stared off into the distance, lost in his own thoughts. Stevens and I didn't speak either, the weight of what we had experienced pressing down on us like a heavy stone. We never talked about that night again, not with each other, not with anyone. It was like an unspoken agreement, a way to protect ourselves from the horrors we had faced. But even now, all these years later, I can still hear the whispers of the jungle. I can still see the dead, their hollow eyes watching us from the shadows. Grandfather's voice trailed off, his eyes dark with memory. "The jungle doesn't let you go," he said quietly. "It keeps a part of you. And even now, after all this time, I still feel like a part of me is lost in that cursed place." The names and places in this story are fictional, but the events, my grandfather swore, were real. It was during the Vietnam War, a time when the living and the dead walked close to each other in the deep jungles and dark nights. This is one of those encounters that still chills my blood to this day. It was July 1969, just before the monsoon season, when Sergeant Richard "Rick" Davis and his squad were assigned a new mission. The U.S. military had received reports of suspicious enemy activity near a remote valley deep in the bamboo forest, a place known to the locals as the Valley of Shadows. The mission was simple: recon, locate, and call in airstrikes if necessary. The team of 12 men, including his best friend, Private Tom Nelson, was briefed in a dusty outpost near the Vietnamese border. The air was thick with humidity and the scent of burning wood from nearby villages. Their commanding officer, Captain Harris, handed Rick a tattered map, his face grim as he pointed out the valley. "It's been quiet for weeks, too quiet. I want eyes on the ground, Davis, and whatever you do, keep your men sharp. The locals have ... stories about this place." Rick nodded, brushing off the captain's warning. They'd heard ghost stories from villagers before, tales of restless spirits, haunted woods, and cursed valleys. But war was war, and Rick had seen enough death and bloodshed to know that the living were more dangerous than the dead. At least, That's what he believed at the time. The squad set off early the next morning, moving deeper into the dense bamboo forest. The forest was unlike anything they had ever encountered, thick, dark, and seemingly impenetrable. The further they went, the narrower the path became, and the more oppressive the atmosphere grew. The thick bamboo creaked and swayed in the wind, though there was no wind. It was as if the forest was alive, watching them, waiting. By midday, they reached the outskirts of the valley. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the ground. The valley itself was eerily quiet, no birds, no insects, just the rustle of leaves and the soft whisper of the wind through the bamboo. "This place gives me the creeps, Rick," Tom muttered, glancing around uneasily. The others felt it to a sense of unease that settled into their bones, like the air was too thick to breathe. Rick ordered the men to set up camp for the night. They planned to scout the valley at dawn, then move through the forest and confirm any enemy presence. As they ate their rations around the fire, the men talked quietly, keeping their voices low, though no one could say why. It was as if the darkness itself had ears. That night, the first strange thing happened. Around midnight, Private Dawson, who was on watch, heard something moving through the tree's soft footsteps, just beyond the circle of light cast by the fire. At first, he thought it was an animal, maybe a deer or a boar, but then the footsteps stopped, and a low, haunting whistle echoed through the forest. He woke Rick and the others, whispering what he'd heard. They listened in tense silence, but the forest was deathly still. No more footsteps, no whistle. Rick brushed it off as nerves and told Dawson to stay alert, but the unease grew among the squad. The next day, they moved into the valley, pushing deeper into the forest. The trees grew taller, the bamboo thicker, and the light dimmer as they moved through the narrow paths. Strange markings began to appear on the trees, deep scratches that looked like claw marks, and odd, twisting symbols that none of them could decipher. "Probably just the locals messing with us," Rick muttered under his breath, though he didn't believe it. As they approached the center of the valley, the forest opened up into a small clearing, and there, in the middle of the clearing, stood a crumbling pagoda, ancient and covered in moss. The air around it was cold, colder than it should have been in the sweltering jungle. And as they stepped closer, the forest grew silent again. No birds, no wind, just a deep, suffocating quiet. "Spread out. Search the area," Rick ordered, but even he felt the weight of something wrong in that place. The men searched the clearing, finding no signs of enemy activity. But as Private Nelson approached the pagoda, something strange happened. The air seemed to ripple, and a figure appeared in the doorway, a woman, pale and dressed in traditional Vietnamese clothing, her long black hair covering her face. "Rick, you seeing this?" Tom whispered, his voice shaking. Rick turned and saw her too. The woman stood there, unmoving, staring at them with unseen eyes. Without warning, she began to walk toward them, her movements slow and deliberate, her feet not quite touching the ground. "Fall back," Rick shouted, but the woman kept coming. And as she did, the forest around them seemed to close in, the bamboo creaking and groaning like the bones of the dead. The men scrambled back, their weapons drawn, but when they turned to look, the woman was gone. That night, they huddled together around the fire, too terrified to speak of what they had seen. But as the hours passed, strange things began to happen. The fire flickered and dimmed, and whispers filled the air, soft, distant voices that seemed to be coming from the trees. The ground beneath them seemed to shift, like something was moving beneath the earth. And then, in the dead of night, they heard it again, that same low whistle from the night before, closer this time, and followed by the soft sound of footsteps, circling their camp. The sun barely rose the next morning, casting only a pale, sickly light through the thick canopy of the bamboo forest. Rick and his men were exhausted, having spent the night listening to those eerie whispers, the footsteps that circled their camp but never approached. Each of them had seen shadows moving in the trees, but no one spoke about it. The fear was palpable, and it hung in the air like the thick humidity. Private Tom Nelson, Rick's best friend, hadn't said a word since the ghostly woman had vanished before their eyes. His face was pale, eyes darting nervously toward the pagoda that loomed in the distance. Rick had seen Tom face artillery fire and ambushes without flinching, but this was different. They were in enemy territory, yet it felt like they were being hunted by something much worse than the Viet Cong. "Rick, what was that thing?" Tom finally muttered as they packed up their gear. His voice was low, trembling slightly. "I don't know," Rick replied, though he tried to keep his voice steady. "But we need to keep moving. If there's any enemy out here, we have to find them and complete the mission." The squad fell into a tense silence as they began their march deeper into the valley. The trees closed in around them, the path barely visible through the dense foliage. The deeper they went, the more the landscape seemed to twist and distort. The ground became uneven, as if the earth itself was shifting beneath their feet. The oppressive atmosphere grew heavier, the air thick with the scent of decay and something else, something metallic, like blood. They reached the first waypoint, a ridge overlooking the valley below. Rick ordered the men to set up a defensive position and scan the area for enemy activity. But there was nothing, no movement, no signs of life. Just the endless expanse of bamboo stretching out below them. "Nothing on the scope," Private Dawson reported, his voice uneasy. "It's like this place is dead." "Keep your eyes open," Rick replied, though he felt the same creeping dread in his gut. It was too quiet. As they rested for a moment, Rick couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. He scanned the tree line, his hand instinctively gripping his rifle tighter. The forest felt alive in a way that had nothing to do with the jungle's natural vibrancy. There was something lurking in the shadows, something that seemed to shift and flicker, just out of sight. And then, they saw it. From the ridge, Rick spotted movement in the distance, just beyond the second waypoint, a village, hidden among the thick trees. It was small, the huts crumbling and overgrown with vines, as if abandoned for decades. There were no signs of life, but the sight of it sent a chill down his spine. "We head there next," Rick said, pointing toward the village. The men exchanged uneasy glances, but no one protested. Orders were orders, and they had to see this mission through. As they descended into the valley, the bamboo forest seemed to close in tighter around them. The air grew colder, the shadows darker. The village loomed ahead like a ghost town, silent and still, except for the soft rustling of leaves in the wind that didn't seem to touch the ground. When they entered the village, it was clear that it had been abandoned for a long time. The huts were in various states of collapse, and the air was thick with the smell of damp wood and mold. But there was something else, a faint, metallic scent that none of them could place. "Spread out," Rick ordered, though his own nerves were frayed. "Look for anything that doesn't belong." The men moved cautiously, rifles raised, scanning every corner of the crumbling village. But, as they moved deeper into the village, they began to notice strange things. The walls of the huts were scratched and marked with symbols similar to the ones they had seen in the forest, twisting, claw-like marks that made no sense. And then there were the bones, small, scattered remains of animals, and something else, too large to be an animal. "This place gives me the creeps," Private Williams muttered, his eyes wide as he scanned the surroundings. "Feels like we're being watched." Rick felt it too, that oppressive weight, the sensation of eyes boring into the back of his skull. The forest had gone silent again. No birds, no wind. Just the suffocating quiet and the sense of something lurking in the shadows. And then the whispers started again. Low, distant at first, like the whine through the trees. But, as the men moved deeper into the village, the whispers grew louder, more distinct. Words in a language none of them understood, soft and insistent, like voices calling out from the darkness. "Rick, we need to get out of here," Tom whispered, his face pale and eyes wide with fear. "Something's wrong with this place." Rick nodded, the hair on the back of his neck standing on end. "Regroup at the edge of the village. We need to move." But as they began to pull back, something changed. The air grew colder, and the shadows seemed to deepen around them. And then, out of the corner of Rick's eye, he saw movement. A figure tall, gaunt, and impossibly fast darting between the trees. "Contact!" Dawson shouted, raising his rifle. But when they turned to look, there was nothing there, just the swaying bamboo and the eerie silence. And then they heard it, the low, haunting whistle that had followed them the night before, echoing through the village. The men froze, fear tightening their chests as the whistle grew louder, closer. Out of the shadows, a figure stepped forward, a man, or at least what had once been a man, dressed in tattered, rotting military fatigues. His face was gaunt, eyes sunken deep into his skull, and his skin hung loosely from his bones, as if he had been dead for years. Rick's heart pounded in his chest as the figure raised a bony finger and pointed directly at them. The whispering voices grew louder, almost deafening now, and the air around them seemed to hum with unnatural energy. "Fall back," Rick shouted, his voice barely cutting through the cacophony of whispers and that eerie whistle. The men scrambled to retreat, their nerves frayed and hands trembling as they pushed through the bamboo, away from the haunted village. But even as they ran, the forest seemed to close in around them, the whispers following, growing louder, more desperate. And the shadowy figures, more of them now, darted through the trees, watching, waiting. The patrol had become a nightmare, and Rick knew that, whatever they had stumbled into, it wasn't just a ghost story. It was real. As the squad stumbled out of the abandoned village, the eerie whispers finally faded, replaced by the low rustling of leaves in the wind. But the atmosphere remained oppressive, thick with the unshakable feeling that they were being watched. Rick's heart was still pounding. The image of that gaunt, ghostly figure burned into his mind. They gathered at the edge of the forest, catching their breath, but no one dared to speak. The fear was written on every face, pale, drawn tight with unease. Rick's hand trembled slightly as he wiped the sweat from his brow, scanning the tree line for any sign of pursuit. Whatever had been haunting them in the village hadn't followed them, at least not openly. Private Dawson, always the skeptic, was the first to break the silence. That thing back there, it couldn't have been real, just some trick of the light, right? His voice was shaky, betraying the confidence he tried to project. Tom Nelson, still pale from the previous night's encounter, shook his head. "I don't know. Man, I've seen a lot of things in this war, but nothing like that. It looked dead, but it was moving, like it wanted something from us." Rick nodded grimly. "We're not alone in this jungle. And I don't mean the Viet Cong. There's something here, something ancient. We need to keep moving, get to the next waypoint. Stay sharp." They continued their patrol, pushing deeper into the dense bamboo forest. The underbrush seemed thicker now, the trees looming taller, as if the jungle itself was closing in around them. The sunlight, already dim through the thick canopy, faded even more, casting long, ghostly shadows on the ground. Every step felt heavier, the weight of unseen eyes pressing down on them. Rick led the way, his senses on high alert. The air was cooler now, the oppressive heat of the jungle replaced by an unnatural chill that seemed to seep into their bones. And then there was the smell, faint at first, but growing stronger as they moved forward. A metallic tang, like rust and decay, that made Rick's stomach turn. The whispers began again, just on the edge of hearing, low and indistinct. The men exchanged nervous glances, but kept moving, their rifles gripped tightly. It felt like they were being drawn deeper into the jungle, as if the forest itself was guiding them towards something they didn't want to find. After what felt like hours, they came upon a clearing. In the center of it stood a pagoda, much like the one they had seen the night before, but this one was different. It was larger, its stone walls covered in thick vines and strange, twisted symbols etched into the surface. The structure seemed ancient, as if it had been there long before the war had ever started. The squad stopped at the edge of the clearing, staring at the pagoda in uneasy silence. There was something wrong about it, something deeply unsettling. The air was colder here, and the metallic scent of blood was stronger, almost overwhelming. "What the hell is this place?" Williams muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Rick didn't answer. His eyes were fixed on the pagoda, on the strange markings that seemed to pulse and shift in the dim light. He could feel something drawing him closer, an inexplicable pull that made his skin crawl. The whispers were louder now, more distinct. Voices speaking a language he couldn't understand, yet somehow felt disturbingly familiar. As they moved cautiously toward the structure, Rick's instinct screamed at him to turn back. But they had orders, and they couldn't return empty-handed. Whatever this place was, it had to be connected to the enemy, didn't it? Private Dawson took a step forward, his rifle raised. "I'll check it out," he said, though his voice lacked its usual bravado. "No," Rick snapped, grabbing his shoulder. "We stick together. We don't know what we're dealing with." The squad approached the pagoda as one, their nerves frayed, their senses on high alert. The door to the structure was partially open, the darkness inside impenetrable. The metallic smell was almost unbearable now, mixing with the scent of damp earth and decay. Rick swallowed hard, his heart hammering in his chest. "We go in, take a quick look, and get out. No one goes in alone. Stay close." They entered the pagoda, stepping into the thick shadows that swallowed them whole. The air inside was cold, much colder than outside, and the walls seemed to hum with a strange energy. The floor was littered with debris bones, old weapons, and rusted metal fragments, as if the place had once been the site of a long-forgotten battle. But it wasn't just the debris that made their skin crawl. It was the overwhelming sense of being watched, of something lurking just beyond the edge of their vision, waiting. "Jesus," Tom whispered, his voice trembling. "What is this place?" Rick didn't answer. His eyes were drawn to the far corner of the room, where something glinted in the dim light. As he approached, the object became clear, a metal box, old and covered in strange, twisted symbols, just like the ones outside. Instinctively, Rick reached for it, his hand trembling as his fingers brushed the cold surface of the box. The moment he touched it, the whispers rose to a deafening roar, and the room seemed to shift, the shadows twisting and closing in around them. "Rick, we need to go," Dawson said, his voice tense. "Now," but Rick couldn't move. His hand was glued to the box, and his mind was flooded with images terrifying, nightmarish visions of death and destruction, of ancient rituals and sacrifices made in blood. He saw figures cloaked in shadow, their eyes burning with an unnatural light, watching as men were slaughtered in the name of something far older than the jungle itself. Suddenly, the box slipped from his grip, and the room went silent. The whispers faded, and the oppressive weight lifted just enough for Rick to pull back, gasping for air. He looked around at his men, their faces pale with fear, and knew that they had all felt it too. "We need to leave," Rick said, his voice hoarse. "We need to get out of here. Now!" But as they turned to leave the pagoda, a low, guttural growl echoed from the darkness behind them. The shadows shifted, and something moved, a figure, tall and gaunt, with glowing red eyes that burned through the dark. The men froze, terror gripping their hearts as the creature stepped forward, its skeletal hand reaching out toward them. And then, with a bone-chilling screech, it lunged. The creature lunged from the shadows, its red eyes glowing with a sinister light, and the squad scattered in panic. Rick's heart pounded in his chest as he dove for cover behind a pile of broken stone. The screeching echoed through the small pagoda, chilling him to his core. His hands trembled as he gripped his rifle, unsure if it would do anything against whatever that thing was. Dawson fired wildly into the darkness, his bullets ricocheting off the stone walls. "What the hell, that thing?" he yelled, his voice high with terror. Rick peeked out from his cover just in time to see the creature vanish into the shadows, its twisted form moving unnaturally fast, leaving nothing but a gust of cold air in its wake. "We need to move," Rick shouted, pulling himself up and grabbing Tom Nelson by the arm. The rest of the squad was already on their feet, scrambling for the exit. The air inside the pagoda had become frigid, and the oppressive atmosphere only intensified as they rushed out into the open jungle once more. The clearing outside seemed different now, darker and more menacing. The trees loomed taller, their branches reaching down like skeletal hands. The whispers had returned, louder and more insistent, filling the air with an otherworldly hum. Rick could feel the weight of unseen eyes on him, watching their every move. Dawson cursed under his breath as he ran, glancing nervously over his shoulder. "We should have never come here. This place is cursed." Rick didn't respond. His mind was racing, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The creature they had seen, it wasn't human, and it wasn't Viet Cong. It was something older, something that didn't belong in the world of the living. They regrouped at the edge of the clearing, panting and shaking with fear. No one spoke for a long moment, the only sound being the rustling of the wind through the thick bamboo. Rick scanned the tree line, his grip tight on his rifle, but the creature was nowhere to be seen. "Are we clear?" Williams asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "For now," Rick muttered, still scanning the shadows. "But we need to keep moving, we can't stay here." Nelson wiped the sweat from his brow, his hands trembling. "That thing, whatever it was, it's not going to let us leave. I saw it. It wanted us dead." Rick knew he was right. The creature wasn't done with them. He could feel its presence, lurking just out of sight, waiting for the right moment to strike again. He looked down at the strange metal box he had picked up inside the pagoda, now tucked into his backpack. Was it connected to whatever they had encountered? Had they awakened something they shouldn't have? "We're going to make it back," Rick said, trying to steady his voice. "But we stick together, and we don't stop for anything. Whatever that thing is, we can't let it separate us." The squad nodded, though their faces were still pale with fear. They knew this mission was no longer about finding the enemy. Now, it was about survival. As they moved deeper into the forest, the jungle seemed to close in around them, the trees growing thicker and the shadows longer. The air was heavy with moisture, and the oppressive heat had returned, though it did little to warm the icy chill that had settled over the squad. Rick led the way, his senses on high alert. Every crack of a branch or rustle of leaves made him jump. His nerves frayed from the encounter in the pagoda. He could feel the weight of the box in his backpack, as if it were growing heavier with every step. The whispers were louder now, almost as if they were following them. Low, indistinct voices that seemed to come from every direction at once, filling the jungle with a sinister hum. Rick couldn't understand the words, but he could feel their intent. They were being lured deeper into the forest, drawn towards something dark and malevolent. Hours passed, or maybe it was just minutes. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the jungle. The squad marched on in silence, their eyes darting nervously between the trees, waiting for the creature to return. Then, without warning, the jungle opened up into another clearing. This one was different from the first. It was larger, and in the center stood a massive, ancient tree, its gnarled branches stretching high into the sky. The bark was blackened and twisted, as if the tree had been scorched by some long-forgotten fire. At its base were hundreds of small stone carvings, faces, twisted in agony, staring up at them with empty eyes. Rick's stomach turned at the sight. There was something deeply wrong about this place. It felt cursed, as if the very earth beneath their feet was tainted with something evil. "We need to keep moving," Dawson said, his voice shaky, but Rick shook his head. "No, we're not going anywhere until we figure out what's going on here." He approached the tree cautiously, his rifle at the ready. The carvings seemed to watch him, their empty eyes following his every move. As he reached the base of the tree, he noticed something strange. There were symbols carved into the bark, similar to the ones he had seen on the box. His heart skipped a beat. The box. Whatever was happening here, it was connected to the artifact they had found in the pagoda. He reached into his backpack and pulled out the box, holding it up to the light. The symbols on the box and the tree matched perfectly. "What is this thing?" Tom asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Rick shook his head. "I don't know, but I think we need to find out before that thing comes back." Before anyone could respond, the ground beneath them began to tremble. The air grew colder, and the whispers rose to a deafening roar. The stone carvings around the tree seemed to shift, their faces contorting in agony. And then, from the shadows of the tree, the creature emerged once more, its red eyes glowing with malevolent hunger. The air grew deathly still as the creature loomed before the squad. Its grotesque form was barely visible in the flickering light of the dying sun, but its glowing red eyes pierced the darkness. Rick's heart raced in his chest, and he could feel the weight of dread settling over his squad. No one dared move, afraid that even the slightest motion would provoke the monster. "What do we do?" whispered Dawson, his voice barely audible, trembling with fear. Rick didn't answer. His eyes were locked on the creature, his mind scrambling for a plan. Running wasn't an option. The jungle would swallow them whole, and the thing would tear them apart before they could take more than a few steps. The whispers that had haunted them since the pagoda grew louder now, as if the jungle itself was alive, urging the creature forward. The ancient tree behind it seemed to pulse with a dark energy, and the stone faces at its base twisted in silent agony, watching the soldiers with soulless eyes. Rick knew they couldn't fight it, not with bullets, not with anything they had. But the box, the strange artifact he had found earlier, it had to be connected. There was something about the carvings on the box and the tree that felt ancient, as if they held the key to this nightmare. But how? Suddenly, without warning, the creature let out a low growl, its body coiling like a snake preparing to strike. Its red eyes flared, and Rick could feel the overwhelming presence of evil radiating from it. His hands trembled as he gripped the box tighter, hoping it might offer some protection, though he had no idea how. "We have to break whatever curse this is," he muttered to himself, though Dawson overheard. "What are you talking about, Rick?" Dawson hissed, glancing nervously between him and the creature. "What curse? We need to get out of here." Before Rick could respond, the ground beneath them shook violently, and the tree's roots began to writhe like snakes, pushing through the earth. The squad stumbled backward, barely keeping their balance. The creature lunged toward them, but stopped just short of reaching Rick, as if something was holding it back. Rick's heart leapt. It wasn't attacking, it was waiting. "The box?" Rick whispered, realization dawning on him. "It's the box." "What are you talking about?" Tom asked, his voice frantic. Rick raised the strange metal artifact above his head, the symbols on its surface glowing faintly in the dim light. "This thing, it's connected to the tree, to the creature. It's what's keeping it here." The creature snarled, pacing restlessly at the edge of the clearing, as if the box were a barrier it couldn't cross. The jungle around them pulsed with an ominous energy, and the whispers grew louder, more frenzied. "We need to destroy it," Rick said, his voice steady despite the fear coursing through him. Dawson looked at him like he was crazy. "Destroy it? Are you out of your mind? That thing could be the only thing keeping that monster from killing us." Rick shook his head. "No, this thing is what's keeping it alive. It's feeding off the energy of the jungle, off this tree. If we destroy the box, maybe we can stop it." The creature let out a deafening roar, as if sensing their intentions. It lunged again, but the invisible barrier held, keeping it at bay. Rick's heart pounded as he turned the box over in his hands, searching for a way to open it, to end whatever curse had been placed on this cursed land. His fingers traced the symbols, and suddenly, the box began to hum with energy. The glow intensified, and the whispers reached a fever pitch. The jungle itself seemed to tremble, the trees swaying violently in the windless air. "There's no time," Rick shouted. "Cover me." The squad raised their rifles, though they knew it would do little against the supernatural force in front of them. Rick focused on the box, his mind racing as he tried to decipher its mystery. The symbols shifted and twisted under his fingers, as if the box were alive, responding to his touch. Suddenly, with a sharp click, the box sprang open, revealing a small, blackened stone inside. It pulsed with an unnatural light, and Rick could feel the weight of its dark power in his hand. This was it, the source of the creature's strength. the curse that bound it to this jungle. Without hesitation, Rick raised the stone high above his head and slammed it to the ground with all his strength. The stone shattered with a deafening crack, and for a brief moment, the jungle fell deathly silent. Then, all hell broke loose. The creature let out an ear-piercing scream, its body writhing in agony as it began to disintegrate before their eyes. The ancient tree groaned and split in two, its gnarled branches collapsing to the ground. The air around them seemed to shimmer, and the oppressive weight that had hung over them for so long lifted, as if the jungle itself was finally free from the curse. Rick fell to his knees, panting heavily, the shattered remains of the box lying at his feet. The creature was gone, its twisted form nothing more than a faint memory in the wind. The squad stood in stunned silence, staring at the destruction around them. The whispers were gone, and the jungle had returned to its eerie stillness. The faces on the stones were no longer twisted in agony, they were blank, empty, as if the souls trapped within them had finally been released. "We did it," Dawson whispered, his voice filled with disbelief. Rick nodded, though he didn't feel the triumph he thought he would. The jungle was still dark, still dangerous, but whatever had haunted it for so long was finally gone. "We need to get out of here," Rick said, pushing himself to his feet. "This place, it's not safe." The squad didn't need any more convincing. They gathered their gear and set off into the jungle, their hearts heavy with the weight of what they had seen. As they disappeared into the trees, Rick glanced back one last time at the clearing, at the ancient tree that had stood for so long. It was over, but the jungle would never let him forget. The jungle had gone quiet to quiet. Rick and the rest of the squad stumbled through the dense underbrush, their bodies aching from exhaustion and the terror that had clawed at them for days. Their minds were still reeling from what they had just witnessed, the cursed creature disintegrating before their eyes, the ancient tree collapsing into the earth like a final exhale of the jungle's haunted breath. But even though the creature was gone, the jungle felt wrong. It was as if the darkness that had been holding it captive for so long had left a stain on the land itself, one that would never truly be erased. Rick could see the unease in the eyes of his comrades. Dawson walked with his rifle held tight to his chest, his hands shaking ever so slightly. Tom's face was pale, his eyes darting to every shadow that passed between the trees. They were all on edge, and for good reason. They may have destroyed the creature, but something still lurked in the jungle, something that was watching them, waiting. "We're close," Rick muttered, glancing at the map in his hand. "If we keep heading this way, we'll reach the extraction point by dawn." No one responded. The men were too exhausted, both physically and mentally, to argue. They moved in silence, the only sounds being the crunch of their boots on the jungle floor and the occasional rustle of leaves as something unseen moved in the distance. As they pressed on, the jungle seemed to close in around them, the trees growing denser, the air heavier with moisture. The light from their flashlights barely penetrated the thick foliage, casting long, distorted shadows that twisted and flickered with every step. Rick couldn't shake the feeling that they were being followed. He kept glancing over his shoulder, expecting to see something, a figure, a shadow, a ghost lurking just out of sight. But there was nothing, just the suffocating darkness of the jungle. The squad reached a small clearing, and Rick signaled for them to stop. "We'll rest here for a bit," he said, his voice hoarse, "just for a few minutes." The men dropped to the ground, too tired to care about the damp earth beneath them. Rick sat with his back against a tree, his eyes scanning the jungle for any sign of movement. His heart was pounding in his chest, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. And then he heard it, a faint whisper, carried on the wind. At first, he thought it was just his imagination. But then the whisper came again, louder this time. It was soft, almost soothing, like the wind through the leaves, but there was something off about it. It didn't sound like the jungle, it sounded like a voice. Rick's blood ran cold. He glanced at his squad, but they didn't seem to hear it. Dawson was resting his head on his knees, his eyes closed. Tom was staring blankly at the ground, his face expressionless. No one else seemed to notice. The whisper grew louder, more insistent. Rick strained to make out the words, but they were too faint, too distorted. He stood up, his flashlight beam sweeping over the clearing, but there was nothing, just trees and shadows. And then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a figure, standing just beyond the tree line. Rick's heart skipped a beat. He pointed his flashlight in the direction of the figure, but there was nothing there. Just more trees. "Did you see that?" Rick whispered, his voice barely audible. Dawson opened his eyes and looked at him, confused. "See what?" "There was someone there," Rick said, his voice shaking. "I saw." He was cut off by a sudden, bone-chilling scream that echoed through the jungle. It wasn't human. It was something else. Something far more sinister. The squad jumped to their feet, their rifles raised, scanning the jungle for the source of the scream. But there was nothing, just the thick, impenetrable darkness that seemed to stretch on forever. And then the whisper came again, louder this time. It was no longer soothing. It was angry, a twisted, distorted voice that seemed to come from all around them, echoing off the trees. Rick's hands trembled as he tightened his grip on his rifle. He could feel the panic rising in his chest, threatening to overwhelm him. This wasn't over. The creature they had destroyed wasn't the only thing in this jungle. There was something else, something far more powerful, far more dangerous. "We need to move," Rick said, his voice barely steady. Now, the squad didn't hesitate. They grabbed their gear and began moving, their pace quickening with every step. The jungle seemed to close in around them, the trees twisting and warping in the darkness, their branches reaching out like skeletal hands. The whispers followed them, growing louder and more frenzied with each passing second. Rick's heart was pounding in his chest, his mind racing as he tried to figure out what was happening. Was the jungle itself alive? Was it punishing them for disturbing the cursed ground? He didn't know, and he didn't care. All he knew was that they needed to get out fast. As they moved deeper into the jungle, the air grew colder, and the whispers turned into voices, hundreds of them, all speaking at once, overlapping and intertwining in a nightmarish cacophony. Rick could feel the weight of their presence pressing down on him, suffocating him, and then he saw them, figures, barely visible in the darkness, standing among the trees. Their faces were pale and hollow, their eyes empty and soulless. They watched in silence as the squad passed by, their mouths moving in silent whispers. Rick's breath caught in his throat. He knew who they were. The ghosts of the fallen, the souls of those who had died in this cursed jungle. They were watching him, judging him, waiting for him to join them. The squad broke into a run, the voices growing louder and more desperate, as if the spirits were reaching out, trying to pull them back. Rick's legs burned, his lungs screamed for air, but he didn't stop. He couldn't. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they burst out of the jungle and into the clearing where the helicopter was waiting. The voices stopped, the whispers faded, and the jungle fell silent once more. Rick collapsed to the ground, his body trembling with exhaustion and fear. The squad gathered around him, their faces pale and drawn, but they were alive. They had made it. As the helicopter lifted off, Rick looked back at the jungle one last time. The ghosts were gone, but he knew they were still there, watching, waiting, and as the helicopter disappeared into the night, Rick knew that he would never forget the horror of that cursed jungle. The jungle had spared him, but it had taken a piece of his soul with it. Date: May 10, 1969. The jungle was thick with humidity, a dense wall of green that seemed to swallow sound and light whole. Specialist Jake Red Adams wiped the sweat from his brow as he listened to the choppers overhead, the rhythmic thumping of their blades echoing through the valley. They had been camped just a few clicks away from the base of Hill 937, a location that had earned the ominous nickname Hamburger Hill after weeks of intense combat. The battle was in its final stages, but the fighting had been fierce, with heavy casualties on both sides. "All right, listen up," Captain Mitchell barked as the men of Bravo Company gathered around. "Command's got intel that Charlie's dug in deep on Hill 937. Our job is to push them out no matter the cost. Jake glanced at his buddy, Corporal Tom Smitty Smith, who gave him a grim nod. They'd been through hell together over the past year, but something about this mission felt different, heavier, as if the very air around them was thicker with dread. First light tomorrow, we move out, the captain continued. Reckons reported some strange activity on the hill lights where there shouldn't be, shadows moving in the night. We're to expect heavy resistance, but whatever's up there, we'll clear it out. As the meeting broke up, Jake lingered near the captain. Sir, these reports, what exactly are we dealing with? Captain Mitchell paused, his eyes narrowing. Ghost stories. Red. Don't let them get in your head. Stay sharp, and remember your training. We'll get through this. May 12, 1969. The ascent begins. The following morning, the platoon began their ascent up the hill, the air thick with the smell of damp earth and the distant echoes of gunfire. The path was steep, the jungle closing in around them like a living, breathing entity. Every step was a struggle, the weight of their packs pulling them down, but the real burden was the tension in the air, the unspoken fear that gripped each soldier's heart. Jake kept his M16 at the ready, scanning the thick foliage for any signs of movement. The reports of strange activity weighed heavily on his mind, and he couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. The jungle was eerily quiet, save for the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of a bird, and even that seemed unnatural, forced, as if the jungle itself was holding its breath, waiting for something. Red, Smitty whispered, falling in step beside him. You feel that? Jake nodded, his grip tightening on his rifle. Yeah, like we're not alone. The platoon pressed on, the terrain becoming more treacherous as they climbed higher. Vines and roots seemed to reach out for their boots, tripping them up as they navigated the steep incline. The fog began to roll in, thick and cloying, reducing visibility to just a few feet ahead. It wasn't long before they lost sight of the men ahead of them, swallowed by the dense mist. Hold up! Sergeant Davis called from the front of the line. The platoon halted, weapons at the ready, as Davis consulted his map. We should be close to the first checkpoint. Keep your eyes peeled. Jake's heart pounded in his chest as he scanned the fog-covered jungle. The stories of Hamburger Hill had spread like wildfire among the troops, stories of soldiers disappearing without a trace, of ghostly figures seen at the edge of the fog, of the screams of the dying echoing through the night. He dismissed them as just that stories, but now, standing in the oppressive silence, he wasn't so sure. Red, Smitty whispered again, his voice barely audible. Look. Jake followed his gaze and froze. Just beyond the tree line, barely visible through the fog, was a figure soldier, standing deathly still. But something was off. The uniform was old, worn, and tattered, not like the ones they wore. And the eyes were hollow, empty sockets staring back at him. Before Jake could react, the figure was gone, swallowed by the fog as if it had never been there. Smitty, did you see that? Jake asked, his voice trembling. Smitty nodded, his face pale. Yeah, I did. The radio crackled to life, breaking the silence. Platoon, this is command. Be advised, we've lost contact with the forward unit. Proceed with extreme caution. The message sent a chill down Jake's spine. He exchanged a worried glance with Smitty, but there was no turning back now. They were committed, and whatever lay ahead, they would have to face it head on. As the platoon moved forward, the fog grew thicker, the jungle around them growing darker and more oppressive. The silence was deafening, broken only by the crunch of boots on the forest floor. But even that sound seemed muted, as if the jungle was absorbing it, pulling it into the shadows. And then they heard it, the first scream, a blood-curdling cry that echoed through the mist, sending a wave of terror through the platoon. They froze, weapons at the ready, scanning the fog for any sign of movement. But there was nothing, just the oppressive silence and the lingering echo of the scream. Keep moving, Sergeant Davis ordered, his voice betraying a hint of fear. We've got a job to do? Jake forced himself to take another step, his mind racing. What the hell was happening? He had faced enemy fire, endured ambushes and booby traps, but this was something different, something far worse. As they continued their ascent, the fog seemed to grow thicker, the shadows darker. The sense of being watched was overwhelming, and every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent his heart racing. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the fog began to lift. The jungle came back into view, and they found themselves standing at the edge of a clearing. The ground was littered with debris, helmets, rifles, torn uniforms, but no bodies. Where the hell did they go? Smitty muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Jake didn't have an answer. All he knew was that, whatever had happened here, it wasn't natural. And as they pushed forward, deeper into the heart of Hamburger Hill, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were walking straight into the jaws of something monstrous. The sun was high in the sky, but its rays barely penetrated the thick canopy above. The platoon trudged onward, the weight of their packs and gear dragging them down as the oppressive heat and humidity sapped their energy. The earlier sight of the ghostly figure still lingered in Jake's mind, but he pushed it aside, focusing on the mission at hand. They had a job to do, and there was no room for hesitation. As they moved deeper into the jungle, the fog that had momentarily lifted earlier returned, even thicker this time. It rolled in like a living thing, swirling around their legs and rising up to their chests, obscuring the path ahead. The once vibrant jungle now seemed muted, the greens and browns dulled by the heavy mist. It was as if the very life had been sucked out of the forest, leaving behind only a shadow of what it once was. "Stay close," Sergeant Davis ordered, his voice tense. "We don't want anyone getting separated." Jake kept his eyes on the man in front of him, Smitty's broad back a reassuring presence. But the further they went, the more disoriented he became. The fog seemed to play tricks on his mind, making the trees around them twist and warp in unnatural ways. The jungle had always been an unpredictable place, but this felt wrong, like they were walking through a nightmare. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of a bird. But even those sounds seemed off, distorted by the fog. And then there were the whispers, faint, barely audible, but they're all the same. Jake couldn't tell if they were real or just his imagination, but they set his nerves on edge. "Did you hear that?" Smitty asked, glancing back at him. Jake nodded, gripping his rifle tighter. "Yeah, what the hell is it?" "I don't know, man, but I don't like it." The whispers grew louder as they continued, more distinct. They seemed to come from all around them, echoing through the trees. Jake strained to make out the words, but they were in a language he didn't understand, foreign, ancient, filled with malice. His skin crawled as the whispers seemed to wrap around him, pulling him deeper into the fog. "Eyes up, men," Sergeant Davis called out, his voice cutting through the eerie silence. "We're almost there." But where there was, no one could say. The jungle had closed in around them, the path ahead obscured by the thick mist. It was as if the hill itself was trying to swallow them whole, pulling them into its depths. Suddenly, the whispers stopped, replaced by an eerie stillness. The platoon came to a halt, the silence so complete it was deafening. Jake's heart pounded in his chest as he scanned the fog, every sense on high alert. And then, out of the mist, a figure appeared. It was a soldier, just like the one they had seen earlier, standing perfectly still in the middle of the path. But this time, there was no doubt it wasn't one of theirs. The uniform was wrong, tattered and stained with mud and blood, and the eyes were empty sockets, black and hollow, staring straight at them. "Jesus Christ," Smitty muttered, taking a step back. "Hold your fire." Sergeant Davis barked, though his voice shook with fear. The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound. It just stood there, watching them with those empty eyes. Jake felt a chill run down his spine as he realized that the figure wasn't alone. More figures emerged from the fog, one by one, until they were surrounded on all sides. Dozens of ghostly soldiers, all staring at them with those same hollow eyes. "We need to move," Davis said, his voice barely above a whisper. Now, the platoon began to back away, their movements slow and cautious. But as they did, the ghostly figures began to move as well, closing in on them. Jake's heart raced as the air grew colder, the fog pressing in around them like of ice. "Go!" Davis shouted, breaking the spell. "Go now." The platoon broke into a run, their boots pounding against the earth as they fled through the jungle. The fog seemed apart for them, the ghostly figures fading back into the mist as they ran. But the whispers followed them, growing louder and more frantic, as if the spirits were chasing them, urging them to stop, to turn back. Jake's lungs burned as he ran, his mind racing. What the hell was happening? What were those things? Ghosts, spirits, or something worse? The fear gnawed at him, threatening to consume him, but he pushed it down, focusing on putting one foot in front of the other. Finally, they burst out of the fog and into a small clearing. The jungle seemed brighter here, the sun piercing through the canopy above, casting everything in a warm, golden light. But the sense of relief was short-lived. "Is everyone here?" Davis asked, his voice breathless. The men quickly counted off, and Jake's heart sank as he realized they were missing two. Private Harris and Corporal Jenkins were nowhere to be seen. "They were right behind us," Smitty said, panic creeping into his voice. "Where the hell did they go?" Davis scanned the tree line, his face grim. "We don't have time to go back. We need to keep moving, but we can't just leave them," Jake protested, his voice rising. "We don't have a choice," Davis replied, his tone harsh. "Whatever those things were, they took them. And if we don't keep moving, they'll take us too." Jake wanted to argue, but he knew Davis was right. The jungle was no place to linger, especially with those things out there. But as they moved on, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, that the spirits of Hill 937 were following them, waiting for the right moment to strike. May 12, 1969, evening. The jungle began to take on an ominous, oppressive feel as the sun dipped lower in the sky. The golden light that had bathed the small clearing they'd found earlier was quickly fading, replaced by the encroaching shadows of night. The men of the platoon, already shaken by the loss of Harris and Jenkins, grew quieter as they pressed on. Each of them was acutely aware of the jungle's eerie stillness, the way the once teeming forest had gone completely silent, as if holding its breath. Jake's thoughts were a jumble of fear and uncertainty. The jungle had always been an unforgiving place, but now it felt malevolent, as if the very land was turning against them. He couldn't stop thinking about the ghostly figures they had encountered. Were they really the spirits of dead soldiers, or was his mind playing tricks on him? Either way, the fear was real, gnawing at him like a persistent ache. As nightfall approached, Sergeant Davis ordered the platoon to make camp. They found a small, defensible position nestled among a cluster of boulders, surrounded by thick vegetation. The men set to work, unpacking their gear and setting up a perimeter, but there was no talk of a campfire. The darkness was coming too fast, and none of them wanted to draw attention to themselves, not in this haunted place. "Keep your eyes open," Davis warned as the last rays of sunlight disappeared behind the trees. "We'll set up a watch rotation. No one sleeps more than 2 hours at a time." Jake's turn came early. He sat with his back against one of the larger boulders, his rifle resting across his lap, straining his ears for any sound, any sign of movement. But all he could hear was the pounding of his own heart, the steady rush of blood in his ears. The jungle around him was unnervingly silent, as if every creature had fled or was hiding from something unseen. As the minutes ticked by, the darkness deepened, becoming almost tangible. The moon was only a sliver in the sky, offering little light to penetrate the dense canopy above. Every shadow seemed to shift and move, taking on strange, menacing shapes. Jake's mind began to play tricks on him, conjuring images of those ghostly figures from earlier, lurking just out of sight. waiting to strike. His thoughts were interrupted by a sudden rustling sound from the underbrush nearby. Jake froze, his fingers tightening around his rifle. He squinted into the darkness, trying to make out the source of the noise. It could be an animal, he told himself, or maybe one of the other men shifting in their sleep. But deep down, he knew it was something else. The rustling grew louder, closer, until it was directly in front of him. Jake's breath caught in his throat as a figure emerged from the shadows, moving slowly and deliberately. It was a soldier, but not one of theirs. The uniform was unmistakable North Vietnamese, but it was tattered and torn, stained with mud and blood. The figure's face was obscured by the darkness, but Jake could see enough to know that something was terribly wrong. The soldier's movements were unnatural, jerky, as if he were being controlled by unseen force. He staggered forward, his head lolling to one side, and Jake felt a cold sweat break out across his forehead. The figure raised a hand, pointing directly at Jake. And then, in a voice that was barely a whisper, it spoke, "Go back or die here like the others." Jake's blood ran cold. The voice was distorted, echoing with an otherworldly quality that made his skin crawl. He wanted to raise his rifle, to fire at the apparition and make it disappear, but his body refused to move. He was paralyzed by fear, rooted to the spot as the ghostly soldier continued to approach. Before the figure could reach him, a hand clamped down on Jake's shoulder, snapping him out of his trance. He spun around, his heart racing, to find Smitty standing behind him, eyes wide with alarm. "Jake, what the hell are you doing?" Smitty whispered urgently. "You look like you've seen a ghost." Jake turned back to where the figure had been, but it was gone. The jungle was once again still and silent, the shadows hiding whatever had just happened. Had it been real? Or was it just another trick of the mind, born out of exhaustion and fear? I don't know," Jake stammered, his voice shaky. "There was something here. I saw. Keep it together, man," Smitty said, glancing around nervously. "We're all on edge, but we can't afford to lose it out here. Whatever it was, it's gone now." Jake nodded, trying to steady his breathing. But the fear lingered, gnawing at him like a dark presence that refused to leave. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, that something in the jungle was stalking them, waiting for the right moment to strike. The rest of the night passed in a tense silence, the men too afraid to speak of what they were feeling. When morning finally came, the sun offered little comfort. The jungle was still thick with mist, the air heavy and oppressive. The men packed up their gear quickly, eager to leave the cursed spot behind. As they prepared to move out, Jake couldn't help but glance back at the spot where the ghostly soldier had stood. The jungle looked the same as it always had, but he knew better now. There were things in this place that defied explanation, things that could drive a man to madness if he wasn't careful. "Let's get moving," Davis ordered, his voice tight with tension. "We need to reach the top before nightfall." The platoon moved out, but the unease lingered. Every step felt like it was leading them deeper into a nightmare from which there was no escape. And as they climbed higher up the hill, the jungle seemed to close in around them, the shadows growing darker, the air colder. Jake could feel at the presence of something ancient and malevolent, watching them from the depths of the forest. The whispers had returned, faint but persistent, filling his mind with dread. He tried to push them away, to focus on the mission, but the fear was too strong. They were walking into a trap, he realized, and whatever was waiting for them at the top of the hill wasn't going to let them leave alive. May 13, 1969, midday. The platoon advanced slowly up the hill, the dense jungle closing in around them like a living entity. The air was thick with humidity, and every breath felt labored. The sun, high in the sky, did little to penetrate the heavy canopy, leaving the path ahead shrouded in a perpetual gloom. Sergeant Davis kept his men moving, his eyes scanning the terrain for any signs of enemy movement. But the deeper they went, the more it felt like the hill itself was the enemy. The forest was unnaturally quiet, the only sounds being the men's heavy footsteps and the occasional rustle of leaves. Even the birds seemed to have fled, leaving the jungle eerily still. Jake's nerves were frayed. The events of the previous night had left him shaken, and the oppressive atmosphere of the jungle only heightened his anxiety. He kept replaying the encounter with the ghostly soldier in his mind, questioning his sanity. Was it a hallucination, or had he really seen the specter of a fallen enemy warning them to turn back? As they climbed higher, the whispers began. At first, Jake thought it was just the wind playing tricks on him, but soon the murmurs grew louder, more distinct. They were faint, disembodied voices carried on the breeze, impossible to pin down. The words were unclear, but the tone was unmistakable pleas, warnings, and cries of anguish from souls long departed. "Do you hear that?" Smitty whispered, falling in step beside Jake. His face was pale, his eyes wide with fear. Jake nodded, his heart pounding. "Yeah, I hear it." The two men exchanged a look, the unspoken understanding that they were not alone on this hill. The jungle was alive with the voices of the dead, and the spirits were not pleased with their presence. Up ahead, Davis paused, raising a hand to signal a halt. The men crouched down, scanning the area nervously, but there was nothing to see, only the endless stretch of jungle, twisted trees, and thick undergrowth. The whispers continued, growing more insistent, as if urging them to turn back. "Stay sharp," Davis muttered, though his own voice betrayed a hint of unease. "We're getting close to the top." The men pushed on, but the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The whispers seemed to follow them, growing louder with each step. Jake could feel the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end, his senses screaming at him to run, to escape this cursed place. Then, without warning, the jungle erupted in gunfire. It happened so fast that Jake barely had time to react. One moment, they were trudging through the undergrowth, and the next, bullets were whizzing past them, the sharp crack of rifles echoing through the trees. Davis shouted orders, and the men dove for cover, returning fire as they tried to get a fix on the enemy's position. But the attack was unlike anything they had encountered before. The gunfire seemed to come from all directions, yet there was no clear target. The enemy was invisible, hidden in the shadows, and every time they thought they had them pinned down, the firing would shift, as if the jungle itself was attacking them. Jake's hands were shaking as he fired blindly into the trees. Sweat poured down his face, stinging his eyes, but he forced himself to focus. He could see the other men crouch low, their faces tight with fear and confusion. They were fighting an enemy they couldn't see, and it was driving them to the brink of panic. Suddenly, the gunfire ceased as abruptly as it had begun, leaving an unnerving silence in its wake. The jungle was still again, but the tension in the air was palpable. "Ceasefire," Davis called out, his voice hoarse. "Ceasefire." The men slowly lowered their weapons, their eyes darting around the clearing, searching for any sign of movement. But there was nothing, no bodies, no sign of the enemy. Just the jungle, as impenetrable as ever. "What the hell was that?" Smitty muttered, his voice trembling. Jake shook his head, unable to find an answer. The whispers had returned, louder than before, and now they were accompanied by something else, a low, rumbling sound that seemed to come from deep within the earth. It was like the hill itself was groaning, as if waking from a long slumber. "We need to get out of here," Jake said, his voice tight with fear. "This place, it's wrong. We're not supposed to be here." Davis looked around at his men, his expression grim. He could see the fear in their eyes, the uncertainty. They were soldiers, trained to fight, but this was something beyond their understanding. They were up against forces that bullets couldn't stop, and it was taking its toll. But they couldn't turn back now. They were too deep in enemy territory, and their mission was to take the hill. Orders were orders, and they had no choice but to continue. "Keep moving," Davis ordered, though his voice lacked its usual authority. "Stay close and keep your eyes open. We're almost there." The platoon moved forward, but the fear was palpable. The jungle seemed to close in around them, the shadows growing darker, the whispers louder. Every step felt like a descent into madness. as if the hill itself was trying to swallow them whole. As they neared the summit, the air grew colder, and a thick mist began to rise from the ground, obscuring their vision. The whispers were now a constant, a cacophony of voices overlapping and intertwining, filling their minds with dread. The men's nerves were frayed, their fear palpable, but they pushed on, driven by a mix of duty and desperation. And then they saw at the top of the hill, just beyond a clearing up ahead. But instead of relief, the sight filled them with a sense of impending doom. The mist was thickening, swirling around them like a living entity, and within it, they could see shapes vague, ghostly figures moving through the fog. "Get ready," Davis whispered, his voice barely audible over the sound of the whispers. "We're not alone." The men tightened their grips on their weapons, their eyes wide with terror. They could feel at the presence of something unnatural, something that didn't belong in this world, and it was waiting for them at the top of the hill. As they stepped into the clearing, the mist parted, revealing the summit of Hill 937. The air was deathly cold, and the ground was littered with the remnants of past battles, rusted helmets, shattered weapons, and bones, bleached white by the elements. But there was something else, something that sent a chill down Jake's spine. Standing in the center of the clearing was a lone figure, dressed in the tattered remains of a soldier's uniform. His back was to them, but there was something unmistakably wrong about him. The air around him seemed to shimmer, as if he was only half there, caught between this world and the next. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, and the figure began to turn. Jake's heart raced as the figure slowly faced them, revealing a face twisted in anguish, as empty and soulless. It was a face he recognized, a face that had haunted his dreams since the day he died. "Harris," Jake whispered, his voice trembling, but the figure didn't respond. It only stared at them with those hollow, lifeless eyes, as if judging them, condemning them for their presence on this cursed hill. And then, without warning, it began to scream. The sound was inhuman, a wail of pure agony that echoed through the jungle, reverberating off the trees and shaking the very ground beneath their feet. The men clutched their ears, trying to block out the sound, but it was useless. The scream pierced through them, filling their minds with a terror unlike anything they had ever felt. Jake fell to his knees, his vision blurring as the world around him seemed to spin. He could feel his sanity slipping away, consumed by the scream and the darkness that was closing in on him. But through the chaos, he heard Davis's voice, shouting orders, trying to rally the men. It was a lifeline, something to hold onto in the madness. "Fall back," Davis yelled. "Fall back now." The men scrambled to their feet, their fear driving them into a frenzied retreat. They didn't need to be told twice. They turned and ran, fleeing down the hill as fast as their legs could carry them, desperate to escape the nightmare that had overtaken them. But the scream followed them, echoing in their minds, growing louder and more unbearable with every step. The jungle seemed to close in around them, the shadows twisting and writhing, as if alive, as if trying to drag them back. Jake could barely see through the tears in his eyes, his heart pounding in his chest. The world was a blur of darkness and sound, a cacophony of terror that threatened to consume him. But he kept running, driven by a single, overwhelming instinct: survival. May 13th, 1969, afternoon. The platoon stumbled down the hill in a disoriented frenzy, each man driven by the primal urge to escape the horrors they had just encountered. The jungle was a blur around them, the once familiar terrain now twisted and alien. The oppressive mist clung to them, obscuring their vision, and the air was thick with the stench of decay. Jake could barely catch his breath as he pushed forward, his mind reeling from the encounter with the ghostly figure. Harris's face, twisted in agony, was burned into his memory, a haunting reminder of the unnatural forces at play on this cursed hill. The inhuman scream still echoed in his ears, a sound that seemed to vibrate through his very bones. "Keep moving," Davis barked, his voice strained with fear and exhaustion. He led the way, his eyes darting around, searching for any sign of safety. But there was none, only the endless, suffocating jungle that seemed to close in around them with every step. The men followed Davis blindly, their terror overriding any sense of strategy or discipline. They were soldiers, trained to face the horrors of war, but this was something else entirely, something beyond their comprehension. The whispers had returned, growing louder and more insistent, mingling with the sound of the ghostly wail that still seemed to echo through the trees. "We need to find a place to regroup," Davis shouted over the noise. "We can't keep running like this." But the jungle offered no refuge. The further they descended, the more the terrain seemed to shift and change, as if the hill itself was alive and intent on trapping them. The trees twisted into grotesque shapes, their branches reaching out like gnarled hands, and the ground beneath their feet felt unstable, as if it could give way at any moment. Jake's heart pounded in his chest as he scanned the jungle for any sign of a safe place to stop, but there was nothing. The only thing that awaited them in this dark, twisted forest was more terror. His thoughts were a jumble of fear and confusion, and he could feel his grip on reality slipping. As they pushed deeper into the jungle, the whispers grew more distinct, as if the spirits were drawing closer. They were no longer just disembodied voices now. The men could see shapes moving in the mist, ghostly figures that flitted through the trees, watching them with cold, empty eyes. "Stay together," Davis called out, his voice tinged with desperation. "Don't let them separate us." But it was too late. The mist was thickening, swirling around them like a living entity, and the men were beginning to lose sight of each other. Jake could feel the panic rising in his chest as he struggled to keep up with the others. But the jungle seemed to conspire against him, throwing obstacles in his path and pulling him off course. "Jake," Smitty's voice called out from somewhere behind him, but it was muffled, distant, as if coming from another world. "Smitty," Jake shouted, but his voice was swallowed by the jungle, lost in the cacophony of whispers and wails. Panic set in as Jake realized he was alone, separated from the others by the dense fog and twisted trees. His heart raced, and his breath came in ragged gasps as he spun around, trying to find his bearings. But the jungle was disorienting. Every direction looked the same, and the mist obscured any landmarks that could guide him back to the group. A cold sweat broke out on his brow as the whispers grew louder, pressing in on him from all sides. The ghostly figures in the mist seemed to draw closer, their hollow eyes fixed on him, their mouths moving in silent pleas. "Get a grip, Jake," he muttered to himself, trying to steady his nerves. "You can't lose it now. You have to find the others." But even as he tried to calm himself, the jungle around him seemed to shift, the shadows growing darker and more menacing. The mist thickened, curling around him like tendrils, and the ground beneath his feet felt soft and unstable, as if he were walking on a layer of corpses. Jake's pulse quickened as he realized that the ground was indeed covered in something bones. Human bones, scattered across the jungle floor, half buried in the dirt and tangled in the roots of the trees. He recoiled in horror, his mind reeling at the sight. But there was no time to process the grisly discovery. The whispers had become deafening, and the ghostly figures in the mist were closing in, their faces twisted in expressions of torment. Jake could feel their cold presence, their anger and pain, and he knew that they were not going to let him leave this hill alive. A scream tore from Jake's throat as he bolted forward, running blindly through the jungle. The branches clawed at him, tearing his uniform and leaving bloody scratches on his skin, but he didn't care. All he could think about was escaping the nightmarish entities that pursued him. But no matter how fast he ran, the mist seemed to follow, thickening around him until he could barely see a few feet ahead. The ghostly figures moved with him, their whispers now a cacophony of despair and rage, driving him deeper into the jungle. Jake's lungs burned, and his legs felt like lead, but he pushed on, driven by sheer terror. He didn't know how long he had been running, but it felt like an eternity. The jungle was an endless maze, and the fear that he would never escape this place gnawed at his mind. Suddenly, Jake's foot caught on something, and he went down hard, crashing to the ground. Pain shot through his leg, and he cried out, clutching at his ankle. It was twisted, maybe broken, but there was no time to worrying about that. The whispers were all around him now, the ghostly figures closing in, their hands reaching out to claim him. Jake scrambled to his feet, his vision swimming from the pain and fear. He could barely stand, let alone run, but he forced himself to move, limping forward as fast as he could. The mist was so thick now that he could barely see his own hands, and the jungle around him seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy. As he stumbled forward, Jake could feel the ground beneath him shifting, as if the very earth was trying to swallow him whole. He was losing his grip on reality, his mind unraveling under the relentless assault of fear and pain. But then, through the fog, Jake saw a faint light, a flicker of hope in the darkness. It was dim, barely visible, but it was there, shining through the mist like a beacon. Summoning every ounce of strength, Jake limped toward the light, his heart pounding with a mix of desperation and hope. He didn't know what it was, but it was the only thing keeping him from succumbing to the terror that threatened to consume him. As he drew closer, the light grew brighter, cutting through the mist and revealing a small clearing up ahead. Jake could see the silhouettes of figures standing in the clearing, and his heart leapt with relief. He wasn't alone, he had found the others. But as Jake stumbled into the clearing, the relief turned to dread. The figures were not his comrades, but the same ghostly apparitions that had been haunting him. They stood in a circle, their hollow eyes fixed on him, their faces twisted in expressions of sorrow and anger. In the center of the circle was the source of the light, a small, flickering flame that hovered in the air, casting eerie shadows on the ground. The flame seemed to pulse with a life of its own, growing brighter as Jake approached. The ghostly figures parted as Jake stumbled forward, his eyes locked on the flame. He didn't understand what was happening, but he knew that this was the heart of the hill's darkness, the source of the terror that had gripped him and his men. The flame flickered and danced, casting long shadows across the clearing. As Jake reached out toward it, he felt a surge of energy, a connection to something ancient and powerful, something that had been buried in the hill for centuries. The ghostly figures watched in silence as Jake's hand hovered over the flame, their eyes filled with a mixture of sadness and resignation. Jake could feel their presence, their pain and suffering, and he knew that they were the souls of the men who had died on this hill, their spirits trapped here for eternity. With a trembling hand, Jake reached out and touched the flame. The moment his fingers made contact, the world around him exploded in a blinding flash of light. The blinding light consumed Jake, and for a moment, he felt as though he was floating in a void, weightless and disconnected from reality. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the light faded, and Jake found himself standing in the same clearing, but everything had changed. The mist was gone, and the jungle around him was eerily still. The ghostly figures had vanished, and the flickering flame that had once hovered in the center of the clearing was now a roaring fire, its flames crackling and spitting as they licked the air. Jake blinked, trying to make sense of what had just happened. His body felt strangely light, as if the fear and exhaustion that had weighed him down moments before had been lifted. But his mind was still reeling, trying to grasp the significance of the strange vision he had just experienced. He looked around the clearing, half expecting the ghostly apparitions to return, but there was nothing, only the fire, which now seemed to burn with a fierce intensity, its flames casting long, dancing shadows on the ground. "Jake," a voice called out, cutting through the silence. Jake turned to see Davis and Smitty emerging from the trees, their faces etched with worrying and relief. They were disheveled, covered in dirt and sweat, but they were alive, and more importantly, they were real. "Davis, Smitty," Jake shouted, his voice trembling with a mix of relief and disbelief. "You're okay. We could say the same about you," Davis said, his voice strained as he hurried to Jake's side. "We thought we lost you back there. What the hell happened?" "I don't know," Jake stammered, his mind still struggling to process everything that had transpired. "There was this light, and then ... I saw them, the ghosts. I think they're the spirits of the men who died here. They're trapped, Davis, they're trapped on this hill." Davis exchanged a wary glance with Smitty, who nodded solemnly. We saw them too. Smitty said quietly. But it wasn't just ghosts. Jake, there's something darker here, something evil. Jake's gaze shifted to the fire, its flames now burning with an unnatural intensity. He could feel its heat from where he stood, but there was something else, a sense of malevolent energy that radiated from the flames, as if the fire was alive, feeding on the fear and suffering of the spirits trapped on the hill. We have to end this, Davis said, his voice firm despite the fear that lingered in his eyes. Whatever this thing is, we can't leave it here. It won't just stay on this hill, it'll spread, like a disease. We have to destroy it, but how? Jake asked, his voice tinged with desperation. We don't even know what it is. Jake hesitated, his gaze fixed on the fire. The thought of destroying it filled him with an overwhelming sense of dread, as if some part of him knew that it was a dangerous and foolish plan. But he also knew that they had no other choice. They couldn't leave this place until the evil was purged, no matter the cost. Okay, Jake said, his voice resolute. Let's do it. The three men quickly gathered what explosives they had left, several grenades and a small block of C4 that Davis had been carrying in his pack. They worked in tense silence, their movements hurried and purposeful, knowing that every second counted. As they set the charges around the fire, Jake couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. The air was thick with tension, and the oppressive atmosphere seemed to press down on them, making it difficult to breathe. He could feel the presence of the spirits, their fear and anger palpable, as if they were begging him to stop. We're ready, Davis said, his voice cutting through the tension like a knife. He held up the detonator, his finger hovering over the button. On my mark. Jake and Smitty nodded, their faces set with determination. 3, 2, 1. Davis pressed the button, and the world around them erupted in a deafening explosion. The ground shook violently as the charges detonated, sending flames and debris soaring into the air. The fire roared with an almost inhuman fury, as if fighting against its own destruction, but the explosives had done their job. Within seconds, the fire began to falter, its flames shrinking and sputtering as the force of the explosion snuffed out its life. The jungle around them seemed to hold its breath as the last of the flames died out, leaving only a smoking crater where the fire had once been. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. The oppressive atmosphere that had hung over the hill was gone, replaced by a sense of calm and relief. The jungle was still, the air cool and refreshing, and the haunting whispers that had tormented them were finally silenced. We did it, Jake said, his voice barely a whisper. He could hardly believe it. They had survived. They had destroyed the evil that had plagued the hill, and the spirits of the dead were finally at peace. Davis and Smitty exchanged a look of exhausted relief before turning back to Jake. Let's get the hell out of here, Davis said, his voice heavy with weariness. We've done what we came here to do. The three men made their way down the hill, the jungle now eerily quiet around them. As they descended, Jake couldn't help but feel a sense of closure, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. The memories of the horrors they had faced on the hill would stay with him forever, but he knew that they had done the right thing. They had ended the curse, and the spirits could finally rest. As they reached the base of the hill, the sun was beginning to set, casting a warm, golden light over the landscape. For the first time since they had arrived, the jungle felt peaceful, as if the land itself was finally free from the grip of the darkness that had haunted it for so long. We're going home, Smitty said, his voice filled with quiet satisfaction. We made it. Jake nodded, a faint smile on his lips as they continued their journey back to camp. The horrors of Hill 937 would never be forgotten, but they had survived, and that was enough. My grandfather, long retired now, often speaks of the war days when he was stationed at a remote forward base. He spent 6 months there with his unit of 12 soldiers, all of them assigned to patrol the jungles of Vietnam during the height of the war. He always starts his story the same way, sitting by the fire with that far-off look in his eyes. as if the memories themselves are haunted. This time, he told us about the night they first heard of the Night Watcher. It was 1968, deep in the northern jungles. We were assigned to patrol an area known for sudden enemy attacks. I still remember the heavy mist that seemed to cling to everything, making it impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. We were just boys back then, but we had to be tough. There was no room for fear in war, he began. Their camp, nestled near the dense jungle, had always been uneasy at night. The silence of the jungle wasn't normal, it felt forced, like something was making even the animals keep quiet. After days of whispers and rumors from the locals about a ghostly figure who watched over the hills at night, they dismissed it as superstition. They had more pressing dangers to face: enemy patrols, ambushes, and sniper attacks. However, it wasn't long before they would come to regret ignoring the warnings. One fateful night, they were ordered to patrol the western perimeter, the farthest section of their base. The air felt thick, and there was a strange tension among the men. They set out at dusk, moving slowly through the underbrush, the jungle canopy above them casting long, distorted shadows. The quiet was unnerving, and it wasn't long before they felt the weight of being watched, not by the enemy, but by something else, something that didn't belong in this world. As my grandfather led the group, the first signs of unease crept in: footsteps that didn't match their own, shadows darting in the edges of their vision, and the distant, low hum of a voice that no one could place. It was only the beginning of what would turn into a series of nights that haunted him forever. By the time we made it to the first checkpoint, everything felt wrong, he said, shaking his head as if to rid himself of the memory. The air was colder, like the jungle itself was holding its breath. And then we heard it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps behind us. Heavy, deliberate footsteps, but when we turned, there was nothing there. The team pressed on, each step heavier than the last as darkness swallowed them whole. As my grandfather continued his story, the room seemed to grow quieter, like even the air was waiting for what came next. The fire flickered, casting long shadows against the walls, but he didn't seem to notice. His voice lowered, the memory clearly weighing on him. We reached the first checkpoint, and the feeling of being watched hadn't left us. Every man in our group felt it, though none of us said a word. It was like an unspoken agreement we'd keep moving and ignore it. But that night was different, he said, pausing for a moment. The base had set up a small outpost in the middle of the jungle, a temporary lookout post meant for observation. My grandfather's unit was supposed to monitor the area for any enemy activity, but it wasn't the enemy they encountered. After settling in, they took turns on watch. The jungle was quiet, eerily so, and the mist that clung to the trees seemed thicker than usual. It was during the second shift that things began to happen. A buddy of mine, Davis, was on watch. He was tough, one of those guys who never flinched, no matter what. But when I woke up from my shift, he was pale as a ghost. His eyes were wide, and he looked like he hadn't taken a single breath in minutes. My grandfather said, his voice tinged with fear. Davis whispered that he had seen something out there, just beyond the tree line. A figure, barely visible, standing still and watching them. He said it was tall, unnaturally tall, and it stood in complete silence. He thought it was a trick of the mist at first, but then it started moving slowly, deliberately, always just on the edge of visibility. Davis kept saying, "It's watching us. It's watching me," my grandfather recalled. But when I looked, I didn't see anything. Still, the way he acted, it was enough to put all of us on edge. We switched shifts, but no one could sleep after that. We all felt it, the presence, like something was right behind us, always watching. For the rest of the night, the jungle seemed to close in on them. Every rustle in the leaves, every shift in the mist felt like something was approaching. The fear was tangible, creeping into their minds and making every shadow seem sinister. They could hear movement, branches snapping, leaves crunching, but every time they looked, there was nothing there. And then, just as the first light of dawn began to creep through the trees, we heard it, my grandfather said, his voice dropping to a whisper. Footsteps heavy, deliberate, but they weren't coming from the ground. They were coming from the trees, above us, like someone or something was walking on the branches. We looked up, but the mist was too thick. Whatever it was, we couldn't see it. The patrol sat frozen, guns ready, eyes scanning the treetops, but nothing showed itself. The sound of footsteps circled them for what felt like an eternity, growing louder, closer, until suddenly, it stopped, dead silence. When the footsteps stopped, we thought we were in the clear. But that's when we heard the whispering low, almost unintelligible, like it was speaking some ancient language none of us could understand. It wasn't the wind, it wasn't animals, it was something else, something that didn't belong. They stayed there, weapons drawn, until the sun fully rose and the mist began to clear. Whatever had been watching them, whatever had stalked them through the night, was gone, but the fear it left behind remained. We didn't talk about it after that, my grandfather said, shaking his head. But we all knew something was out there in those jungles, something that wasn't human. As they packed up their gear and began the trek back to base, they couldn't shake the feeling that they were being followed, the presence of the night watcher lingering, and just out of sight, waiting for the next time they ventured into its territory. My grandfather's voice grew softer as he continued, as if the memory itself was something that shouldn't be disturbed. The room was utterly silent, and every one of us leaned in, hanging on his every word. After that night, we couldn't shake the feeling that something was following us. Each of us was on edge, jumping at every small sound or movement. The men didn't say much, but it was written on their faces. We all felt it. They returned to their base, but the encounter lingered. Davis, the soldier who first saw the shadowed figure, seemed especially affected. He was normally one of the most reliable men in the unit, always calm, always ready. But after that night, he became withdrawn, looking over his shoulder constantly, whispering about the watcher. A couple of nights later, my grandfather's squad was ordered to patrol the same area. The fear was palpable as they prepared for the mission. They would spend 3 days and 2 nights out there, moving silently through the jungle in a formation, each man keeping an eye on the other. But despite their precautions, that feeling returned the moment they stepped back into the jungle. That first night, everything was quiet to quiet. Not even the insects dared to make a sound. It was like the whole jungle was holding its breath, my grandfather said, his eyes shadowed by the memory. We all felt watched, like there were eyes on us from every direction. But there was no movement, no sound, just silence. They set up camp at a small clearing, resting in shifts. My grandfather and Davis took the first watch, sitting back to back with their rifles ready. The night was thick with mist again, and the faint moonlight barely pierced through the canopy. Every shadow seemed to move, and the silence was deafening. Then, without warning, Davis froze. He slowly turned, his eyes wide with terror, and pointed into the darkness. "I see it," he whispered, his voice barely audible. My grandfather followed his gaze and saw it to a figure standing among the trees, half hidden by the mist, just beyond the edge of the clearing. It was impossibly tall, with limbs that looked too long, almost stretched, and its face was obscured by shadows. The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound. It just stood there, staring at them with what my grandfather swore were hollow, empty eyes. Every part of me wanted to scream, to run. My grandfather admitted, his voice shaking slightly. But I couldn't move. I could only watch, trapped by those empty eyes. Then, in a blink, the figure was gone, swallowed by the mist. Davis was shaking, gripping his rifle so tightly that his knuckles turned white. "It's following us," he whispered, barely holding himself together. "It's waiting for something." The rest of the men were on high alert now, and though they hadn't seen the figure themselves, They could feel the change in the air. The jungle seemed to press in closer, the trees looming like silent sentinels. The whispering started again, low and unintelligible, echoing through the trees. It sounded like 100 voices speaking all at once, yet not a single word made sense. It felt ancient, otherworldly, as if the jungle itself was speaking to them. We huddled together, backs to one another, every one of us clutching our weapons. And then the laughter started low, cruel laughter that echoed through the trees. It wasn't human. It was like the jungle itself was laughing at us, my grandfather said, the color draining from his face as he spoke. The laughter grew louder, surrounding them, mocking them. It felt like the figure was moving closer, circling them, us beyond the tree line. The mist grew thicker, closing in, and every man was on the edge of panic. Yet, none dared to move or even speak, paralyzed by the sheer weight of terror. And then, just as quickly as it had begun, the laughter stopped. The mist receded slightly, and they were left in complete silence once more. But something had changed. They all felt it, whatever had been there. It was no longer just watching. It was like the jungle had claimed us, as if we'd crossed a line we weren't supposed to. My grandfather said, his voice barely a whisper. That night, we knew we couldn't escape it. The night watcher wasn't just following us, it was hunting us. The fourth night weighed heavily on the group. Each man was quiet, their faces pale and drawn. The encounters had left marks on them that ran deeper than the fear of the enemy. It was as if something ancient and malevolent was watching them, waiting for its moment. My grandfather, normally steady and dependable, felt his hands tremble slightly as they readied themselves for the night patrol. We split into two groups to cover more ground, which, looking back, might have been our first mistake, my grandfather said, his voice low and rough. One half of the team stayed in the clearing while the other, including me and Davis, headed into the trees to scout the perimeter. The night was oppressively dark, and as they ventured deeper, the shadows seemed to grow thicker, swallowing up the beams of their flashlights. The forest closed in around them. Every sound amplified the crunch of leaves underfoot, the faint rustling of unseen animals. And then, without warning, everything went still. Davis and I froze. He recalled, it was that same silence, like the jungle itself was holding its breath, watching us. But this time, it felt like we weren't just being watched. It felt like we were being followed. He turned to Davis, who had gone pale, his eyes wide as he scanned the darkness around them. Suddenly, a faint rustling came from their left. My grandfather swung his flashlight in that direction, but all he saw was mist swirling around the base of the trees. Then, the whispering started. It was a low, murmuring sound, like voices speaking just below the range of understanding, he said, a haunted look in his eyes. It was as if the jungle itself was alive, murmuring secrets we weren't meant to hear. The two men exchanged a terrified glance. The whispering grew louder, surrounding them, circling them. Shadows flitted at the edges of their vision, too quick and elusive to make out clearly, but they felt distinctly human. We backed up, moving slowly, trying not to make any sudden movements. My grandfather continued. But every step we took, the shadows seemed to close in around us, like they were herding us deeper into the jungle. A low, mocking laugh echoed from somewhere to their right. It was a sound that sent a chill down their spines, a sound that was unmistakably human, yet wrong, distorted, as though someone was imitating laughter without ever understanding what it was. Davis, unable to take it anymore, shouted into the darkness, demanding the presence reveal itself. The laughter stopped, leaving them in complete, suffocating silence. And then, from the mist, a figure emerged. It was a soldier. My grandfather whispered, his voice filled with disbelief, or it looked like a soldier. His uniform was shredded, his face covered in dirt and blood, his eyes hollow and empty. And yet, he just stared at us, his gaze unseeing, as though he was trapped between life and death. Davis raised his rifle, his hands shaking, his voice cracking as he told the figure to back away. But the figure didn't move. Instead, it raised a hand, slowly, and pointed to a spot just behind them. They both turned, dreading what they might see, but there was nothing there, only mist and darkness. When they turned back, the figure was gone. The two men retreated to the clearing, their breaths coming in sharp gasps, their hands clammy and cold. The others, seeing the terror etched on their faces, knew something had happened, but didn't ask. In the silence that followed, the whispering returned, growing louder and closer until it felt as though the shadows themselves were breathing around them. None of us slept that night, my grandfather admitted, his voice barely a whisper. We just sat there, backs against one another, guns ready, waiting for dawn. But, as the hours passed, it became clear that dawn wouldn't bring us any safety. Whatever was out there, it had found us, and it wasn't going to let us go. The men huddled together, trying to draw some sense of comfort from one another's presence. But the silence weighed heavy, thick with an unspoken fear. Even the usual night sounds, the insects, the distant call of animals, had disappeared, leaving them isolated in a world of shadows and whispers. Then, just before dawn, the laughter returned, echoing from all directions, mocking and cruel. It was a sound that clawed at their minds, driving some of the men to the edge of sanity. By the time the first light of dawn broke through the trees, the laughter had stopped, and the whispering had faded. But the men knew, deep down, that this was far from over. They were no longer just soldiers on a mission. They were prey, and the jungle had chosen them. As the days wore on, the squad grew more exhausted and uneasy. My grandfather and his team had managed to push through, but their nerves were frayed, and their eyes held a haunted, far-off look. The jungle had taken on a life of its own, shadows shifting just beyond their line of sight. It was as if they were being watched not by human eyes, but by something older, something deeply tied to the land. That night, as they prepared for another round of night patrol, my grandfather noticed how quiet everyone had become. There was a weight in the air, thick and oppressive, that made it hard to breathe. Davis, who had been beside him during the last terrifying encounter, was unusually silent, his hand shaking as he loaded his rifle. We knew that this was going to be the toughest night yet, my grandfather said, his voice quiet with the memory. I could feel it in my bones. They broke into groups, each group taking a different section of the perimeter. My grandfather's group had been assigned to the eastern flank, a stretch of jungle that seemed denser, darker, and more foreboding than the rest. They walked in silence, listening for any signs of movement, aware that their enemy was no longer just human. The forest around them was eerily still, the usual nighttime sounds replaced by unnatural silence. It felt like the jungle itself was holding its breath, waiting. They walked deeper into the darkness, their flashlights piercing only a few feet ahead, casting long, eerie shadows that flickered at the edges of their vision. And then, out of nowhere, came a faint, mournful wail. It started as a low moan, carried by the wind, my grandfather recalled, his eyes darkening. At first, I thought it was the wind, but then it grew louder, clearer, until it sounded like a voice in pain. The sound grew louder, echoing through the trees, surrounding them. It was a cry that held a deep, bone-chilling sorrow, and it struck fear into the hearts of the men. They exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions tense, yet no one dared to speak. The moaning seemed to be coming from all directions, an omnipresent sound that made it impossible to pinpoint its source. Just as they thought it couldn't get any worse, they saw something move in the shadows. A figure, barely discernible but unmistakably human, stood just a few meters away. It was shrouded in darkness, its face hidden, but they could feel its gaze on them, a cold, unfeeling stare that cut right through to their souls. Davis, his voice barely more than a whisper, muttered, "Is that one of ours?" But my grandfather knew better. He had seen too much, felt too much, to believe it was anything living. He reached out, grabbing Davis by the arm, signaling for him to stay quiet. The rest of the group followed suit, standing still, barely daring to breathe as the figure began to move closer. With each step it took, the air grew colder, and an unholy stench filled the air, a mix of rot and decay that turned their stomachs. And then, as the figure drew near enough to see, they realized it was a soldier. His uniform was ragged and torn, caked with dirt and dried blood, his face gaunt and lifeless, his eyes empty and hollow. The soldier's mouth opened, and that same mournful wail spilled out, a sound so filled with sorrow and despair that it made their blood run cold. He raised a hand, pointing directly at them, his gaze unblinking, unwavering. The men stood frozen, their hearts pounding as the apparition advanced. Just as the soldier came within arm's reach, he stopped, lowering his hand. His gaze softened for a brief moment, and it almost seemed like he was pleading, his eyes filled with a silent agony. And then, as suddenly as he had appeared, he vanished, fading into the darkness like mist blown away by the wind. The men stood in stunned silence, barely able to process what they had just witnessed. The jungle around them seemed to breathe again, the oppressive silence lifting just slightly, but they knew they couldn't stay there. My grandfather urged them forward, leading them back to the camp, but the experience had left them shaken to the core. When we finally made it back, none of us could sleep. My grandfather said, his voice filled with the weight of the memory. We just sat there in the darkness, listening to the jungle, waiting for the dawn. And for the first time, I truly understood what it meant to be haunted. That night, as they huddled together in the camp, they heard the wailing again, echoing through the trees. It was distant, but unmistakable, a reminder that they were not alone, that something was out there, watching, waiting. They tried to comfort each other, to tell themselves it was just their imagination, that the horrors of war were playing tricks on their minds. But deep down, they knew the truth. The ghostly soldier they had encountered was real, a lost soul trapped in the jungle, bound to relive his suffering night after night. And as the wailing continued, they realized that they, too, were now a part of this haunted place, bound by the horrors they had seen, the shadows they had encountered. The final night settled in with a strange stillness, an unnatural calm that only served to amplify the tension in the air. My grandfather and his squad were on edge, their nerves frayed and their minds haunted by the ghostly soldier they'd encountered the previous night. As they prepared for their last patrol, an overwhelming sense of dread took hold, one they couldn't shake. It felt as though something was watching them, waiting for their every move. As the men gathered around to gear up, my grandfather felt a chill run down his spine, a cold unlike anything he'd felt before. He knew they'd be pushing their luck that night, stepping back into the jungle that held those unearthly memories that might well turn out to be warnings. The squad moved silently through the dense brush, and the night felt heavier than usual, each sound amplified in the dark. They reached their assigned perimeter, a section of thick jungle that seemed untouched by any light. My grandfather and his closest friend, Samuels, led the way, their flashlights casting narrow beams that barely pierced the shadows. As they settled into their positions, an uneasy silence fell over the squad. The usual sounds of the jungle, crickets, frogs, the occasional bird, were missing, replaced by a void that swallowed even the sound of their own breathing. The darkness seemed to press in around them, almost as if it had a weight of its own. Then, from somewhere deep within the trees, they heard a whispering sound, barely audible but unmistakable. It was a voice, soft and broken, as though it came from someone on the edge of despair. The squad froze, their eyes darting around, scanning the trees for any sign of movement. Did anyone else hear that?" one of the men whispered, his voice trembling. Before anyone could answer, the whispering grew louder, closer, and soon it was all around them. It was a chorus of voices, each one filled with a pain and sorrow that seemed to seep into their very bones. My grandfather's heart raced as he realized the voices were speaking in fragments, calling out names, pleading, as though trapped in some endless nightmare. And then, out of the darkness, they saw them figures emerging from the trees, silent, ghostly forms of soldiers, their faces contorted in agony, their eyes hollow and staring. These weren't the living, they were shades of men who had long since fallen, men whose souls seemed bound to the battlefield. My grandfather could barely breathe as he watched the specters drift toward them, reaching out with ghostly hands, their expressions filled with sorrow and torment. One of the spirits, a young soldier no older than 20, locked eyes with my grandfather. There was something in his gaze, a plea for help, for peace, as if he knew he could never leave. The squad was paralyzed, trapped in the grip of a fear so profound that no one dared move. They could feel the cold, empty gaze of the spirits, like a weight pressing down on them, holding them in place. Samuels whispered, his voice barely audible, "We have to get out of here now." Just as they began to retreat, a thick fog rolled in, shrouding everything in a damp, eerie mist. Visibility dropped to nothing, and even their flashlights seemed to be swallowed by the haze. They stumbled through the darkness, disoriented, desperately trying to find their way back to camp. But it was as if the jungle had changed, the paths they had memorized shifting and twisting, leading them in circles. In the fog, my grandfather felt something brush against him, a cold, clammy touch that sent a shock through his body. He turned, but there was no one there. And then he saw them, the ghosts standing silently in the mist, watching him with empty eyes, their faces pale and lifeless. One of the spirits, a soldier with a tattered uniform and a bullet wound in his chest, whispered, "Help us, free us." My grandfather staggered back, his heart pounding, as he realized the spirits were trapped here, unable to move on, bound to the jungle by the horrors they had endured in life. He whispered a silent prayer, hoping to give them some measure of peace. As he moved through the mist, he could hear the spirits' voices growing softer, fading into the distance. It was as if they were retreating, giving him a chance to escape. And then, through a break in the fog, he saw the lights of the camp, a beacon in the darkness. He stumbled into the clearing, followed by the rest of his squad, each man looking as though he had aged years in a single night. They collapsed onto the ground, exhausted, shaken, and haunted by what they had witnessed. None of them spoke, but they knew they would never forget the souls they had encountered, the spirits bound to that cursed land. When morning finally came, they were airlifted out, leaving behind the haunted jungle and the ghosts who would remain there, waiting, watching, forever bound to the shadows. If you enjoyed today's story, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel, Mystical Tales, so you won't miss out on more eerie and thrilling tales in the future. Thanks for watching, and see you next time.